Excellent. Okay. All right. Good evening, everybody. We'll go ahead and call to order our Belfair Sewer public hearing on the proposed sewer extension for January 31st, 2022. Mackenzie, our clerk of the board, if you're available and on, if you wouldn't mind taking roll.
Commissioner District 1, Randy Netherland.
I'm here.
Commissioner District 2, Kevin Schutte.
Here.
Commissioner District 3, Sharon Trask.
I'm here.
Excellent. Well, it's great to see a good crowd here tonight. We definitely are excited to hear from folks. We do have a presentation that staff will be making here to get the evening started. Once we get through the presentation by staff, we'll open it up for questions only at that time from the public. And then once we go through questions from the public, we'll move on to public comments and then commissioner deliberation after that. So for those of you who may be familiar with our regular hearing process during our normal business meetings at the county, we're going to follow the same process that we tonight that we follow for those. And so with the intent of hopefully having an opportunity to have your questions answered and then your comments heard and then recorded into the record. With that, the other thing, typically during our public hearings and our public comment period during our commission meetings, we try to have folks stay at about 3 minutes for their comments. We want to hear from all of you, or as many of you that want to speak, and so the best of the way that we can do that is if you're concise in your comments, and so try to keep them around 3 minutes. I can tell you I don't have a stopwatch, so I won't be timing you. And so we'll just try to be on the honor system as much as possible tonight. The best way to get my attention as we work through this is to use the hand raise feature on Zoom. And for those of you who are looking at your computer, if you look down at the bottom, if you see the mute and stop video, participants chat, etc. down there, if you hit the reactions button on there, you'll see there's an option that says raise hand. My hand is raised on there right now. That bumps you up on the screen. It lets me know that you might have a question or at the time make a comment. So again, that's the best process tonight. We'll hopefully have an orderly evening and a respectful dialogue, and hopefully have a great opportunity to ask questions and get them answered. So with that, I will turn it over to Mark Neary, our county administrator, to get us started this evening.
Thank you, commissioners. Loretta, are you on, or you want to share your screen with our presentation materials? Where is Loretta? Oh, there she is. I just wanted to start off by thanking the commissioners for allowing me the opportunity to have some extra time to really kind of dive into Belfair Sewer. Belfair Sewer has got a rich history of just how it came to existence and how it's continued to exist here in Mason County. And by giving me the opportunity to sit down with staff, I'm sure staff enjoyed it because I pelted them with a bunch of questions and pulled a bunch of additional information together. But I appreciate the opportunity to learn a little bit more about that process and the details associated with the information that we're presenting you tonight. I want to start off the meeting by letting the commissioners know that our recommendation is to not make a decision tonight to move forward with this. I think that we still have some additional work that we need to do, but to continue this meeting to the future and really hold us accountable for bringing information back to you on a consistent basis. And I would hope.
I still can't hear anything.
Still not?
Nope, nothing.
Oh, Dina, I can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
What?
I'm hearing everything.
All right, so yeah, if we can make sure that we keep ourselves muted until the public comment period, that'll help this run smoother. I do have some staff, and Loretta, I just wanted to let you know that what we're seeing on the screen right now is just your Zoom meeting link. So if you could click on your PowerPoint presentation. So my recommendation is to the board is to not make a decision tonight. And we will come back to you with some additional information as we've gone through this detail. I've learned more about the system and kind of where we're at and how to move forward. It's definitely been a challenge, I think, over the years, based on what we've built and how we're looking at that from a financial perspective of how do we continue to move forward. This is an investment that we can't walk away from. And so we're going to figure this out and we're going to figure out what's best for the public, what's best for the environment, and how do we continue to move forward with the financial interests of the county and our constituents and customers' best interest in mind. So as we move forward, I'd like to do some introductions with the staff that I have with us today. I've got Loretta Swanson, she's our Public Works Director. I've got Richard Dickinson, he's our Deputy Director of Public Works, responsible for utilities and waste management. I believe I might have Kel Rowan with us tonight, and she is our Community Development Manager. I also invited some individuals from our Public Works Board, Chris Mccord, Connie Rivera, and Jason Freeze. I can tell you that we've received a lot of public comment about this process and about the decisions that are before us. And I'll be sharing those after we go through this presentation and before public comment, just to make sure that you all know that we did receive your email. We definitely have looked at it. We've documented whether you were for or against moving forward with this process. And I'll be presenting those, and that will also be posted on the website in association with materials that you see here. So with that said, my goal tonight is to really educate not only our board, but also the public on the Belfair sewer system and some of the challenges that we have in front of us. Give you a little bit of history in terms of how the system has progressed over the years and what our current focus is, as well as our future plans. The staff has really worked hard to pull some of this information together. And I think that we will use this as a basis to continue to move forward and presenting information to the board and the public with this process as we move forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Loretta to talk a little bit about the Belfair sewer system history.
Thank you, Mark. And
Loretta, I'm going to
welcome.
interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you right from the start. I apologize. We talked a little bit about this. I'd really love this to be an interactive meeting with the board. So as we go through these things, if you have questions, please feel free to ask us questions. And we'll provide you with some answers towards the end of the presentation. Staff has developed an interactive map. The interactive map will also be posted on our website. And this really they've done an amazing job of kind of pulling together all the different pieces that we're evaluating and looking at. And they've created a visual representation that allows you to work through the layers that Loretta and Richard will go through at the end of this presentation. So, all righty, Loretta, I'll let you go now. Sorry about that.
No problem. And to tag on to what you said, Mark, about having kind of an interactive meeting this evening, Richard and Mark and I discussed prior to the hearing the fact that we want to make sure that we are providing as factual and as correct information as possible. And so we've both tagged each other with, hey, do not hesitate to jump in and clarify or correct if something is misstated, because we absolutely want to make sure that we are providing open, honest, and the best information as we know it tonight. So, and thank you for all who are attending this evening. So just a quickie to start about, we had lots of questions from citizens about just the simple history of the facility and how is it that we came to be where we are today and how did it all begin? And so the answer to that is we were responding to primarily two issues: water quality concerns in Hood Canal and Lynch Cove, and making sure that we were addressing growth management planning requirements. And the planning began well over 20 years ago on this, this effort. Beginning with 2001 to 2004 was a facilities plan prepared and an environmental impact statement, taking a look at all kinds of alternatives and a very big, broad potential service area, and narrowing down what the preferred alternative was. And after that selection and after that process, off we went to construction, and we had an operational facility in 2012. So a little bit more, whoops, here we go. Oh, sorry. A little bit, I'm jumping too fast. So on this slide, you can see the green area. That was the initial planning and study area that was evaluated, taking a look at all of the shoreline along North Shore, from Union on the South Shore, all the way up to Belfair, and then a very large area north of Belfair itself. And among the alternatives that were looked at were package plants to serve these areas, expanding the North Bay facility, constructing a new facility, just a wide variety of potential ways to sewer or provide improved water quality along the shoreline in the Belfair area. Eventually, what was decided and determined was to develop a system to serve the Belfair urban growth area. And this was largely due to the fact that either from environmental constraints or just a sheer cost for the benefit analysis, the rest of those, that large green service area that you see was financially infeasible, challenging to say the least. So this other graphic that you see here was the urban growth area that was eventually determined to be the first to be sewered, and what our thoughts were at that time for how the phasing of that sewer service would occur. And the first phase that you see here is basically just along the State Route 3 corridor as you drive through Belfair, and a little portion here of Old Belfair Highway and Clifton. So this is kind of the urban commercial core of Belfair, if you will. So what does the existing system consist of? In this map here, you can see where the existing lines are that are serving the Belfair urban growth area. And this is our collection system, the blue. So we've got lines that are coming down off these roads and serving properties here. The green dots represent lift stations. This is a lift station pumping up to the water reclamation facility. And here's a picture of the facility. This photo here is showing where the reclaimed water goes. It stores, and then it is occasionally used as spray irrigation. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Richard, and he can provide a little more information about the actual capacity of the plant, the physical operation of the plant, and that's it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Richard.
You bet. Well, let's see. I'll start with the capacity of the current configuration. Right now, we have 125,000 gallons per day of capacity. And this is an MBR facility. And I'm sorry, you probably are not familiar with our acronyms. It would be a membrane bioreactor. And these membrane bioreactor plants are really a great thing. One, they take up very little room, so very little footprint. They're easily expandable, and they filter out viruses. That's how good they are. I mean, they have openings of less than 2 microns. So they're very efficient. They're very good. They're kind of expensive. To operate this system, you need qualified operators. And 2 years ago, when I got here, we had, let's see, we had two Group 3 operators, which are very qualified, 2 Group 1 operators, and 4 operator in training. The issue with this back then was, and this has been kind of a history for the system and their staffing, is they're very new, and this isn't really it's hard to make an optimization out of the facility. So we really wanted to focus on, also for staffing, is getting them trained up and rotating them around. We have 5 different utilities, so we wanted everybody to be very familiar with all of our systems, and they stuck it out. Now we have 2 Group 4 operators, which is as high in the state as you can go, 4 Group 3s, 2 Group 1s, and 1 OIT. So we've made vast improvement in the quality of our staffing. And I wanted to mention them really out the gate, because that's one of the most important parts of this whole system. Now, secondly, you can see we do have 4 pump stations, and they're kind of daisy chained together, where 4 pumps to 1, 1 pumps to 2, 2 pumps to 3, and then 3 pumps everything from town out to the treatment plant. So making these and ensuring these are operated and maintained to be optimum and reliable is imperative. So that we've been working on that. We've got two ARPA projects scheduled for this year to do just that with pump stations 1 and 3. So they'll be able to handle any future hydraulic loads, but also just improves the reliability for the system. Now, serving also at the wastewater reclamation facility, we have a pond. It's 157 acre feet. So during the winter time, we don't discharge. We just fill the pond or pump water to the pond. You can't irrigate during the winter time. So this has plenty of capacity. It's I ran some numbers. It is roughly 52 million gallons of capacity. Not bad. It's a good, we're definitely sitting really good there. Our reclaimed water, it does have many uses. Currently, we just go to spray field irrigation. There's other potential uses for the future. Currently, we just have the one use, and we're always listening and looking and trying to find a way to, use it. We use it in-house. Maybe there'll be some uses up north or to any other where we may expand.
Richard, I think this is a good opportunity to educate some of our public. I got a couple of questions about purple pipe.
Yes.
When individuals are referring to purple pipe, isn't that transporting reclaimed water?
Yes, purple pipe is specific to reclaimed water use and reclaimed water use only.
Thank you.
So moving on, a little discussion about the current system, and I apologize for not having my camera was hidden. So sorry, now you can see my face. The current system, and to talk a little bit about the financial imbalance, which is largely what's driving why we're here today, right? The system was built expecting a large number of connections, and that investment was made early on, and here we are. So our current number of connections to the system is what we refer to as ERUs, and we have 421 ERUs, and that means an equivalent residential unit. Now, some of those connections may be commercial, multifamily, duplex, but how we actually charge our customers depends on what class they are, but they all are considered an equivalent residential unit. And Richard, we're assuming that they're about 200 gallons per day, correct?
Yep, exactly.
So given that, we've got our operating costs, we've got our planned replacement costs, we have an existing debt that we need to pay. And if we were to pay for all of that with just our existing ratepayers, we would need an additional $256 per month on top of the $96 that folks currently pay per ERU. If we were to balance just the operation and maintenance costs with our existing customers, the increase would need to be on the order of around $208.25. Now, we know that that would drive customers out the door, and we have what's referred to as a maximum tolerable rate for our utility services, which is taking a look at what the actual costs are, income, all kinds of different factors. And based on that, we determine what the maximum tolerable rate is. And I believe typically for utilities, it's on the order of 3% of your monthly expenses. Correct me if I'm wrong, Richard.
Let's see, we did about 2.2%.
Okay, perfect.
annual.
All right, as our maximum tolerable.
Yep.
The other way that this could be made up would be, all right, grow the system. We want to keep the rates around the same, but we just need more connections. So what you see here is that, again, to totally balance our debt and operation and maintenance costs, we would need an additional 1,130 approximately connections on top of our existing 421. If we needed to balance simply the operation and maintenance costs, we would need another 214 in addition to the 421. So it's a balancing act. We're looking for more connections so that we can make sure and keep our rates at a reasonable amount. So we can't really control growth, right? We were hoping that we would grow faster than we did. That didn't happen due to economic downturn primarily, although there were other driving factors. And so what could we control? We use REIT 2 and our 0.09 funds to help with system improvements and our debt repayment. And we've been programming 1.25 million per year to help do that. We've also refinanced our existing debt. We've spoken with our legislators who've been very generous and receptive. And through the Department of Commerce, we've received funds for rate relief, and we've received grants. And most recently, we've received a loan offer to construct a sewer extension. And commissioners have also been thoughtful about taking steps in our county code to reduce barriers to development. And working with our planning department, there have been changes in code revisions. There have been zoning changes, and most recently, you may have seen and heard and hopefully been looking to the information on the planned action EIS. So to me, the planned action EIS is taking a fresh new look at right-sizing the Belfair community. So check, 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 and check on the items that we do have some control over. And the last item on the list you see is extending service or increasing connections. And that brings us to what most recently our work has been. Now, you may recall the phase map, the earlier phase map. So this core area of Belfair was phase 1, and that is primarily connected. The second phase was up in the Newkirk area, Old Belfair Highway. Third phase was this area here that you see, also in the northeast side. And the fourth phase was just this remaining phase down here. Some time ago, the county did conceive of and begin talks about extending along Old Belfair Highway and to serve the existing development in this area. And it was ultimately decided to not proceed with that sewer extension. Then the freight corridor was becoming a reality. And with that, and thinking about and hearing requests for sewer service and the potential for new growth, and the city of Bremerton expressing an interest in wanting to plan for potential sewer service, we began work to plan for and design for this potential service area. So this is the area here. And then this yellow shaded area that you see, which is a portion of the Puget Sound Industrial Center in the city of Bremerton. Now currently, so we utilized the Commerce grant, or a grant from Commerce, to prepare a design that would extend to this area. And there was a developer of the Olympic View and Olympic Ridge projects. They're just above the McDonald's. And I'm sure you've all seen all the construction activity in that neck of the woods. They were ready to go sooner than anything we had planned and scheduled. And so this developer took the plans that were developed and constructed this trunk line through the development and is constructing up to the Navy rail crossing in this neck of the woods. And the rest of the design that was prepared includes a crossing of the Navy rail and a gravity sewer line, a new pump station or lift station, and a force main, and a gravity sewer line. This area right here is the new Mason Transit Facility. Sorry, I should have oriented maybe just in general. Apologies. So here's State Route 3, headed south into Belfair. This is the new roundabout, recently constructed. This is the Mason Transit Facility. This is the rail. And this is the county line. So everything on this side is Mason County. This side is Kitsap.
And Loretta, the extension that the Olympic View and Ridge individuals put in, where does that,
Yes.
does that terminate right there on the other side of the tracks currently?
Yep, it will terminate right here. That's correct, Mark. And they were making great headway. This connection is yet to be made, or this line brought up to the right of way, largely due to weather recently. But that is underway. And then actually a few of the questions that we received from community members, they wanted to know, well, who owns what up in this neck of the woods? So this shows an ownership map, and you can see, for example, here, number 1, This is the community church in that area. Department of Transportation, for example, owns number 2. Cascade Floral has 4 and 5. We've got a heating and cooling company here at number 3. Mason Transit. And the rest of this ownership, I believe, is Overton and Associates. And another question that we received from community members had to do with, well, if you were to take a look at this project, well, first of all, let me back up. The estimated construction cost is, for our financial projections, we were utilizing or are utilizing 4.5 million. So the engineer's estimate is 3.9, but there's a 15% contingency placed on that, coming up to the approximate $4.5 million. If we were to break that out into different system components, for example, just the rail crossing itself is estimated at 1.19 million, including the contingency. The lift station is also a fairly large component or cost component, and that's estimated at 1.5 million. And then we've got a force main to the tune of 150,000, some gravity out down to the rail crossing, some gravity serving this north area, coming down into the lift station. And those are both on the order of about $830,000. Let's see. Anything else, Richard or Mark, to add about the components of the proposed sewer extension and cost?
One of the unique things that I heard, and I think that it was beneficial for me to understand, and I think it's somebody else may also think it's beneficial, is that when these systems are designed, I think that we try and utilize gravity as much as possible, so that the effluent can travel down without having to have machinery and equipment in place to actually push it to where we need it to go. So I think a big component of that is associated with the design. And it seemed like that there's some unique, based on this area and how it would connect into other areas. The depth of that line, that gravity line to be buried, is fairly significant, isn't it, Loretta?
It is. And just to build on that, Mark, commissioners reviewed several iterations and alternatives prior to this. And based on commission feedback, our consulting team from Kennedy Jenks did a great job in really zeroing in and maximizing our existing infrastructure and reducing the need for additional lift stations. I think originally we had 2 lift stations to serve this area. And so it was a very good alternative analysis and refinement that helped really zero in on this particular alignment.
And then just to clarify something else, Loretta, so as I look at these lines, these are transmission lines that are actually collecting, right?
Yep.
And so the cost associated with connecting to this line. So if an individual were to develop, or let's just use the Sozo Church that's located up here by the lift station. If that were to be put in place, would they be required to connect to the system?
Now let me go to this map to be a little clearer. So our current code says that if you are within 200 feet of the line, you're to connect. And Mark, I'll take a minute to say that's one of the code cleanup items that we have. Our code says 200 feet in one chapter and 500 in another. commissioners clearly intended to reduce that distance to 200 feet.
But I think that that's something else to take a look at in an area like this. So in an area like this, where we have obviously more than 200 feet between our border and the actual transmission line, this would be a good example of us bringing back to the board potential changes to that code that would require individuals that were developing within this, anywhere within this area, to have to connect to the system. So that may be a code change that we would bring forward to the board. There's also, for an individual to connect to the system, they have to pay a capital facilities charge. So a capital facilities charge for this area may be different than the capital facility charges that we charge to the south. So currently we charge $11,300 for a single family residential unit to be connected and $5,000 for a multifamily. I think that we need to take a look at that. And I think that the staff has and has some recommendations for individuals that would connect in this area up here. And that would be more than, it would be a little over 15,000 for a single family residential unit. And I'm not sure, maybe Richard could help me on what multifamily would be if it was developed within this area. You're muted, Richard.
Entirely a commission decision. I don't know. Multifamily is different. It's different currently right now, and that would be something that's beyond my scope of pay.
Okay, so I think
I can make suggestions, but
yeah, but that's something else that we have to discuss, and I think that that actually kind of ties into that planned action EIS meeting that the board is going to be evaluating certain zoning areas, and so determining what do we want to encourage to be built in certain areas, and then individuals that actually develop or want to build something in these areas, they would also have to pay for the line that was connecting to this transmission system, correct?
Yeah, so that I was going to follow up with that exactly, Mark. So this, like you said, is a deep line so that it can be gravity. If, for example, you were to develop this piece of property here, you've got to figure out how to get your waste to the main transmission line. So if it's not zoned for it, but let's just say that this was a residential subdivision, the developer would be constructing their own collection system as part of the subdivision. It would collect and then tie into the main trunk line. Then on top of that, you've got your individual lots, and as individual building permits are taken out, the home builder is paying for the connection into the collection system that the developer had previously installed. So there's still more, more that requires construction here that the development community constructs.
Or even an individual that wanted to build something.
Yes.
The Sozo Church may want to
Yes.
expand their existing facility, and to expand their existing facility, they may need to add some additional bathrooms, and they're going to have more members coming in and attending the church. And so their ERU would be, their equivalent residential unit would be calculated based on those numbers, and they would be charged accordingly for connection to the sewer.
Correct. A good example would be the Mason Transit Facility. It was their intent to construct and connect to sewer. And in the meantime, they had need to build now. And so they've got an on-site system and plan to convert in the future.
So if somebody were to come in and want to develop, I'll use my favorite example. Let's say that they wanted to develop a brewery up here off of Highway 3. And the reason I use brewery is because they're a large water consumer and would have a lot of effluent that would go into the sewer system. Would they be able to build if this transmission line was not in place? Or is that a question for Kel?
Yeah, I think that's for probably Alex or somebody else.
Okay, so my understanding is that if obviously it would take quite a bit of property. Anybody that owns a septic system understands that it takes up quite a bit of space on property. And so in order for that individual to develop there, if there was not a transmission line to connect to, then we may not allow them to construct that facility until that line was brought up to where they were going to build. Is that correct? Dave? Oh, there's Dave. Perfect.
And there's
Thank you.
Cal.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dave.
So Mark, on a commercial facility like that, they're designed using the EPA design manual. So it looks at estimated gallons per day based on the soils is what gives you the size of the drain field that they would need. So if it was a brewery or a chicken processing plant, it would need a certain amount of water. And then depending on the soil types and the strength of the effluent, you'd have to have additional treatment components and additional size in the drain field to make that up. So depending on the lot size, you may or may not be able to place a facility in that with the restrictions due to on-site septic.
Great. And then in addition to that, much like Loretta was just explaining for Mason Transit, we know that our sewer, this is within our UGA, and we know that our sewer is going to eventually make it throughout the UGA. And so there would be an expectation for that individual to connect to the sewer when it became available. That is, if they were able to develop. And Dave is our community services director. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce you, Dave.
Okay. So moving on to some potential options around a sewer extension or not. One option is status quo, no sewer extension. And with this option, that means assuming no new debt. Another option would be to construct the proposed extension. And going back to our table previously, we saw that we're estimating that to be approximately $4.5 million in new debt. And those elements, again, would be crossing under the railroad tracks, constructing a large lift station, and the gravity and force main to connect and to provide service for a point of service for not only the phase 3 area of the Belfair UGA, but sometime in the future to serve potentially the southern portion of the PSIC area as well. And a third option would be to build a portion of the project. And that's partly why the question about why would we break this into components? So if it were just to be the Navy rail crossing alone, that's about 1.2 million. And if we were to construct the lift station and the rail crossing and the connections between that, around the order of 3.7 million. So now I'd like to turn to how would this be paid for? Now we've received a loan offer from an executed loan with the Public Works Board. And the maximum amount of that loan is $8 million. And I want to highlight here some of the special terms that are in the declaration, the loan security, and the scope of work. And you may have heard this very significant concern about the potential for a rate increase of $87 per month for the Belfair sewer customers. And so this is, how did that concern come about? Where did that number come from? This is one of the declarations on the loan agreement itself. So it says that the contractor, the county, will adopt a rate increase per ERU or demonstrate there has been an increase in ERUs. So getting back to that, either you add more customers or you balance the finances by adjusting rates issue. So there's that piece. And then the loan security is identified as a revenue obligation payable solely from the revenue of the sewer system. When commissioners approved this loan, they were clear in their direction that they want this to be a general obligation as opposed to a revenue obligation. And so we are in discussions with Commerce to make amendments to that, but it has not happened at this point. So these are the conditions that are in effect today. And then the last item that I'd like to call attention to is the scope of work. You may recall that when I first described the project and how we went through different alternatives, initially, this project was conceived to run sewer to serve the port of Bremerton because there were potential existing customers there ready to connect. And after planning and scoping and conversations with the port and the city, the port said, we are not interested in connecting at this time. We've got our own system. We're fine on capacity and happy to plan and continue conversations, but we're not connecting at this time. And so that was partially some of the drivers about the refined scope and the refined service area. And based on that, we want and need to go back to the legislature and say, here's where we are. We want to make sure that this project is meeting the legislative intent.
Can you hear me?
Mark?
I have a
We're not accepting questions yet, but you will definitely have a time in the future to be able to ask questions. So just to add to that, Loretta.
Yes, please.
I think it's good for the public to understand. In order to be eligible for a public works board loan, these are low interest rate loans that, depending on the eligibility of the area where you're building, in terms of whether they're distressed or severely distressed, there may be components of that loan that are forgivable, meaning that if I borrow $1 million and 5% of that is forgivable, then they would not charge me the entire $1 million. They would take 5% off of it. So in order to get access to these types of loans, the legislature has to actually act on that and say, hey, Mason County is eligible and we really want to see this development occur. So let's give them an opportunity to access some of these funds. I was looking at the original scope of the project and the legislature at the time tied it very closely to the freight corridor. I've heard some people call it the Belfair bypass, but they had it very closely tied to that. With the assumption that we would put the infrastructure for the sewer system in place at the time that the corridor was being built.
Correct.
So the challenge with that is that the corridor is not scheduled to be built until 2024. And this Public Works Board loan is accessible to us through April of 2025. And so that was the challenge with us. And that, boy, you know, here's an opportunity to get good financing. We know that we want to grab potential customers for the future. How do we use this? In addition to the Public Works Board loan, we also received a grant to do, and that was that about $2 million?
Yes.
And I believe that we've spent about 700, somewhere around there.
Close to 1.5, right?
Oh,
So we
1.5.
had actually 500,000 to update the general sewer plan. And then another 2 million to prepare the plan specs and bid documents.
Okay.
And so the 500,000 was expended, and we're about 1 million through the $2 million grant. Correct me if I'm wrong, Richard, but I think that's.
Yep, right on the money.
Perfect, thank you. So it was and I think that Loretta mentioned this, but I just want to make it clear. I went back and listened on YouTube to the recorded session of our commissioners, and it was the same three commissioners that we have today back in April of 2020. And at the time, they said that they were all concerned about putting this potentially on the Belfair utility and the customers that were served by that utility. So I do believe that all three of our commissioners' intent was if we wanted to have access to these funds, that they would back them up with a general obligation bond, which is the full faith and credit of the county as a whole. So the difference with that is that this language would change considerably. So if in fact, and this is from information that I received from a meeting with the Public Works Board, and I have an email from them kind of outlining what that process looks like. To change the type of debt from a revenue bond to general obligation debt is an administrative change that we can do with the Public Works Board. So if we were to change it to general obligation debt, we are still considered as even at the lower 4.5 million, we still are a severely distressed county. We would still qualify for the lower interest rate as well as the 5% loan forgiveness for the program under the general obligation debt. There's another component of this, which is the scope. And this is really a large reason that we need to go back and do some additional work, because it's important for us to go back to the legislature and let them know that when this original offer was made to Mason County, it was under perception that it would be done in conjunction with the freight corridor construction. And since that's not occurring, we have gone through these processes to do the sewer plan and to analyze how we expand to the north. And the engineers have came back and said that here's a better path to take. And so we need to explain that to the legislature and ensure that they are still supportive of this project moving forward with that new scope definition. And if I have Chris or Connie available, please correct me if I'm wrong on any of that. And well, Connie's no longer with the Public Works Board, but she was there. Connie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mark. And could you repeat your question? I was trying to navigate through the screen.
No, my question was, I just wanted to verify that the information that I gave on our process forward for changing the debt to general obligation debt and going back to the legislature to clarify our revised scope are necessary, or the necessary next steps that we need to take.
Yes, what you said is true. Is I did verify, because I also did the underwriting back a couple of years ago when Mason County had applied for these funds when I was the Public Works Board program director and tribal liaison. I since then, just full disclosure, am managing the ARPA federal infrastructure dollars. So I'm no longer with the Public Works Board, but I still provide assistance as needed for historical perspectives of projects. And so they had talked to me about reducing the project from 8 million to 4.5 and going to general obligation. And I verified by changing it to the general fund, general obligation, then the rate would still remain at the 0.0 or 0.79%. It's the lowest interest rate we had available at that time for a distressed area. And you would still receive a 5% grant forgiveness. And so that would be applied on each invoice that was presented to the board to pay for. And then what I did talk to Mr. Neary about is that the scope of work is, since it was a legislation application, probably like in 2018 and it was approved in 2019, is the scope would need to be modified in order to meet the intent of the legislation of awarding $2 million of grant funding. I've also shared, and you didn't ask me this, but I will put it in. I don't see that this would be a concern. Is just, making sure you're letting the sponsor know, and we would work with you through the House and Senate legislative staffers to request the scope of work change.
And it appears that we have your replacement, Mr. Mccord.
Yes.
Oh, my replacement is actually someone different. So Chris Mccord is the managing director for the board's unit. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I am here, Mark.
Just wanted to make sure that people understood who you were, and thank you both for coming tonight to participate. Did you have anything to add to that, Chris?
No, just I think just real briefly, we want to work with you all to the extent that you need it, so we can make sure and right size what's right for the community and right for the constituents. And that thank you, Connie, for coming back and helping us with this to sort this out. And we're here to help you.
Thank you. So, Loretta, can you move on to the next slide?
Yep. The next slide is blank. So at this point, I'm going to stop sharing this screen, and I am going to pull up a lovely spreadsheet that Richard has worked diligently on. Let's see. Oh, I want to make sure I've got the right spreadsheet here. Oh. Sorry, bear with me.
If Richard has his open, he may be able to share his screen.
Yeah, do you have yours open, Richard? Then we'll know for sure we've got the right spreadsheet.
I do, but I have no idea how to share my screen.
Hover on the bottom and click share screen, the little green thing on the bottom.
Okay.
And hopefully I'm unshared.
I'm hoping this is the right one. How's that?
Perfect.
Oh, God. Sorry that this is so busy, but it's.
I think that you can, Richard, I think that you can just go under view and increase make it a little bigger so we can see the numbers.
Oh, good. I can't see what you guys can see.
Up on the top tabs, Richard.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you look at the, there you go.
There you go. And then, yeah, 100.
How about, it's already at 100, so how about that?
That might be, you can go through it. I think it'll give them the gist of the information.
Okay.
That we have here.
All right, so let's start with this. Row 1, that represents the ERUs. And let's start with column C. Currently, we have 421, and there's an additional right now under construction. Was at 128 more. That would be the multifamilies that's being built right now. So that's under 2022. 2022 debt taken right off our debt service schedule is $1,052,465.14. You couple that with our O&M, $725,970, and the CIP, my capital improvement program. I have some projects I'm taking care of, which would be Lift Station 1 and Lift Station 3. That brings my total debt service, including O&M, to $2,108,435.14. And at the current rate of $96 a month. I gotta move this here. That generates $509,771.52. Now there's some things to think about on that. I don't know if you can see that. There you go. Good. I gotta move that over so I can see it now. So that'll tell you what the 421 ERUs at full rate for 1 year brings in 484,000. 128 additional multifamily or special, because they only pay 70% of the full rate. So I calculated that in for the remaining 6 months. That's estimated. I don't know. I'm just telling you how I come to this. Would generate another 51,000. Total that together, it's 536,601. And I know what you're saying. That doesn't equal 509,771. Not everybody pays their bills diligently on time. So I figured in a 5% delinquency rate. And that's what is all into that number. So that's my income. My bills are 2.1 million. So I only got 509,000 coming in. I get to utilize 800,000 in REIT 2, and 450,000 in 0.09, along with 330,000, which we're using for ARPA money. Thank you, commissioners, because that will take care of my CIP needs, which means I'm only $18,663 off and a little bit of a deficit for this year's budget. And we'll leave it at that. And you could scroll all the way across, and this is no extension happening. And phased ERUs up to 794, because that's what is being built on the hillside above McDonald's, south of the railroad tracks. And you can see how they get phased in over time. 650, now we're up to 670 in 2024. And we go all the way up till we get to 794. That, I'm guessing, is 2030. And
those are mainly related to the single family residential homes. There's 144 planned homes to be built on the top of the hill. We didn't want to assume that all 144 homes would be built in 1 year. And so we did a phased implementation of anywhere from, what was it? I think that there were some years that there was as little as 16 homes being built, and other years where you got 20 or 30 homes.
Correct. And those pay full price. So, and that was factored into the income. And you can come all the way over to 2033. And the 2033 is significant because that is when our debt service drops off. And so there you are. We end up not needing REIT, not needing O2. But the one thing and this is, I'll back up just a little bit. What I did here was recreate what Gordon from FCS did. And I didn't stray from it at all. He had a rate at its beginning at 96, and then it assumes 3% per year. And I did the same thing. And I know that's not my decision. But I did it across the board. So at least it's consistent. Okay, so that takes care of the no extension and leaving it at 96 or starting at $96. Down below.
Before you scroll down, Richard.
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt you, but
no problem.
So I want the commissioners to take a look at that CIP line. And the importance of that is that we want you to understand that in addition to our O&M costs, we have some planned, what I would call either major maintenance and or expansion that we're going to be incurring some costs for. And so if you hover over 2023, Richard, as an example here, and you can click on these little arrows in the top right-hand corner of the cell, and it shows you what he's programmed in there. So those are costs of either adding an additional membrane or replacing existing membranes. And those occur all the way through 2025. Now, when we get into 2026, you'll see a pretty sizable number there, close to $3.4 million. And the majority of that is to really expand the effluent capacity. So as we get up, our ERUs are growing. We have 716 ERUs. If we use our basic calculations, 716 ERUs at 200 gallons per day, Richard?
Yep.
Estimate. That kind of gives us an estimate of how much capacity do we need on the treatment side of things. And so that's why you see those numbers in there. Just wanted to make sure that the board kind of understood the financial impact of these expansion and improvements as we move forward into the future.
That's true. That's true. And then, I mean, even back here, there's we're planning Class A effluent expanded capacity planning, because we know very shortly at the rate we're growing that we're going to bump up to what possibly could be a limitation in our spray field. We don't know for sure. I'm working with ecology currently to develop or to discover really what is the spray field capacity. Do they know or what? It's not it. There is no firm number. They know it's very conservative in design, so we're not undersized for it by any means.
And so for planning purposes, the other point I'd like to let the board know of is that we're planning for 200 gallons per day per ERU. But I think that in actuality, we monitor how much we receive. And I believe that we've only received about 130. Is that correct, Richard?
Yeah, we average like 130 to 135 year to year.
So that gives us a little bit of cushion, I think, but allows us to still plan for necessary expansion. One of the other things that I want you to scroll down for is scroll over to the left one more time. Sorry.
Oh,
one more cell.
To the left.
Yeah, so we can see A and B. So we've talked a little bit about capital facility charges, and you don't see those up in the revenue line item. One of the things that we read about, or I read about as I was just reading through the information provided by the individuals that came in and did the financial plan, is that they made assumptions that any CFCs that were collected would actually be held within the fund and would be utilized for the CIP line that you see there. So you can see that at the end of 2021, we had $641,300 of CFCs. And based on the expansion of the ERUs that you saw above, you'll see an additional revenue line for each year. So in 2022, we expect to receive an additional $510,000, $226,000 for 2023. And those, if those amounts are retained and accumulated within the Belfair sewer utility, then those can be used for those CIP expenses that you see up above. And that works until we get to the 3.4 million. And then we don't have enough retained or grown within that CFC charge. And we'll need to explore other financing opportunities. Okay, so
okay.
I'll let you take back over, Richard. Thank you for letting me.
No problem. So this is still the no extension scenario, and I'm going to the next rate we explore is what was termed the max tolerable rate, and I got a quick definition for that. is right here. That's our assumed maximum tolerable rate in 2020 was 108.14. Inflationary factor of 3% applied annually has brought us our current maximum tolerable rate, 114.73. As I said before, it's about 2.2% of the county's median household income. Boy, this is huge. It is equivalent to $96, which was determined by the county commissioners to be the maximum tolerable rate in 2012. And that maximum tolerable rate was supposed to be till 2016. So another way to think of this is that it represents 6 years of inflation at 3% since 2016. So that's basically what the max tolerable rate is. And it plays out the same scenario all the way across.
If you were to look at our other utilities, so the North Bay and Russellwood, I went back and looked at when we established rates for those. And so, you know, back in 2000, I think it was 2009, 2008, when the board adopted the rates for those utilities, they actually tied the annual CPI for the area to the rate increase that comes into play January 1st of each year. So in Russellwood and North Bay, which are completely independent utilities, not impacted by any of the financial information that you're seeing here, they operate as sole independent entities. So we can't take money from Russellwood and spend it in Belfair or vice versa. So these are completely independent. It's like individual businesses that cannot be shared. So if, you know, the reason I say that is because I did receive a lot of emails from individuals in surrounding communities that were concerned about how this would impact their rates. The decisions that are made here in Belfair only affect Belfair and do not affect your other utilities.
I can't stand this thing. It's just
Yeah,
too big.
150, I bet. Perfect.
That's a little better. Okay, so do you want me to go down to this next one?
Yes, please.
Okay, so it's pretty much the same setup, but this is actually with the extension. And I'm assuming the cost is what, 4.5 million. And so the only real difference here is that debt, the 2022 debt. You'll see it. It is much different than above. It's not too terribly different. But this is when it really kicks in. Is 2024. That's when the payment would kick in. And so, same principles. $96, max tolerable rate. Everything going up by 3%. But this one actually runs out to 2043. And when you can see here at the max tolerable rate, we're much more solvent by 2038-ish, 2043 than definitely here. This is just a huge spreadsheet. I'm sorry, it doesn't fit in here real well.
That's okay. I think it'll be provided both to the public and to the board so that they can actually read through it and see it.
Yeah.
I think that the important factors that we see here is that really our reliance on that second quarter % of real estate excise tax and the 0.09 funds. So these are the supplemental funds that we know are supplementing our existing debt, and vice versa. If the board were to do the expansion and incur additional debt, then we would, the reliance on the revenue coming from REIT 2 and 0.09 would extend into future years.
Yeah. Here's my assumptions on this whole. The ERUs are phased. Multifamilies pay 70% of a full ERU. Inflationary factor of 3% annually. assumed 5% delinquency rate. Current CFC is 11,300 and 1 ERU equals 200 gallons per day. Available ERUs north of the rail line, if you did extend under this design, basically Mason County's got 821 left, and there's 1,195 that could be provided to PSIC. Could be.
Richard,
Yes.
if I could elaborate on the ERU numbers, that was based on the capacity of the line, correct? As opposed to the zoning, and because
That's
there's
correct.
so many unknowns about what might actually develop there.
That's correct. That's correct.
Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
You bet.
And then Richard, maybe just a quick walkthrough on the taking a look at other utility rates.
You bet. Good.
Because that takes a little explanation about, you know, what's the inside, outside, why are different charges, why are charges different for someone within a city, for example, versus if I'm providing service outside the city boundary.
Right. Well, here's our 4 outside areas that I looked at. And there was another one actually for Shelton, but it was really hard for me to calculate because they own their water system. They pay a base rate plus usage. So I couldn't really make it comparable. I could make this Shelton number comparable because it's assuming you're on a well. So that's what if you are not on Shelton's water system, but you're on their wastewater system, that's your that is it. You pay $133.64 flat rate. And that's that. Bremerton outside is $97.10 per ERU versus their inside rate of $64.73. And that's really the outside. It just, they might be being served. They're in the UGA, but they're outside the city limits. And they're trying to encourage them to annex in, to voluntarily become part of the city. The same thing happens in Centralia. That was my previous employer to here. Port Orchard, they have it's a fairly regional, it's West Sound Utility District. It's a regional facility. It serves quite a number of people. So they have a lot of connections. They can keep it pretty low, $64. They have, much like Bremerton and Shelton both, they have a much larger economy of scale than we have the pleasure of dealing with. But hey, we got a smaller rural feel, and there's benefits to that too. I'm for it. And then here's North Bay. Like Mark was saying, completely solvent. That's their current rate. $118.91. They're still a growing area, so they'll still be adding connections. Russellwood, they pay $112.52, and they don't have that many more connections that they can fit in there. So they're meeting all their bills. They're solvent. We're meeting permit. Everything's in pretty good shape. So we're feeling pretty good about it right now. But there's also an automatic inflation area adjustment to Russellwood, just like North Bay, and that really helps, especially when it's a very small community. It's a very confined community. It isn't going to grow, and that's where Russellwood's at. And the last two are what I showed you on the last spreadsheet. The current rate of $96, and what we generate, and then the max tolerable rate, and what would be possible to generate. And down below, you'll see additional income. So everything is based off of that current 484,992 annual income under the current tab. And then you'll see in the blue at the bottom underneath everybody else's column, additional income. If it's red, that means that it's not additional income. And that's just calculated to our number of connections. So it's trying to make it as apples to apples as I possibly can.
So I think that summarizes our the presentation on the spreadsheet. Loretta, I think that you guys were able to develop an interactive map. Do you think that that would be good to open up now and then kind of show some people? This is going to be posted on our website. This will be able to provide both our internal staff and our county commissioners, as well as the public, an opportunity to really see the different layers of what exists within the area that we're looking at. So obviously, when we are kind of planning to say we have this urban growth area and we need to ensure that we provide urban services of things like water and sewer and power, Loretta and her team actually put together a map that actually provides you with a visual representation of where all of these things exist. So it's been very helpful, and I'm hopeful that it will be helpful to answer any questions that the board might have of us in our presentation today. So while Loretta's getting that pulled up, I'd like to open it up, Mr. Schutte, to the board to ask questions.
Sure, thanks, Mark. Commissioners, I'll let you go if you have a question.
Be good. I'd like to see the rest of the presentation. I'm writing questions as we go, so I'll wait for the end of the presentation.
Okay, Commissioner Netherland?
Yes, I'd like to ask some questions. Might need you to go back for a minute though to a few of these things. One of the first questions is is it possible for you to go back to the original frame showing the construction area?
And Commissioner Netherland, is that the construction area of the proposed extension?
Yes.
Or?
Yes.
Okay. So I apologize, Loretta, can you swing back to that?
I can. I hope.
I've got, let's see if I can do this.
See.
Oh, there you go.
Tell me when, Commissioner.
Right there will work. Yeah, right there.
Will that work?
Yes, that'll work. Okay, so
Okay.
In looking at that, it looks like we currently have about 4 ERUs or maybe 5. How many ERUs is the transit providing?
Mason Transit would probably be on the order of about 1.5 ERUs, Commissioner.
Okay. So about 5 or 6. So we're hoping for the rest of the development on the right-hand side in there, and that is the property owner is?
That is Overton and Associates.
Okay. Do we have permission yet from the Navy, or it's because it looks like also it touches a property over there on the other side on the bottom down there.
Down in this vicinity?
A little further up, where the building is.
Cascade
Oh,
products.
right here.
Do we have anything, I actually asked you, but I don't know, maybe it's been taken care of since then. Do we have anything in writing from them giving permission to touch theirs?
So this is a very rough representation, and I shouldn't say very rough, but please don't construe this line as being crossing over onto this property line.
Okay, so it's on Overton and Associates property.
It is on the Overton property. That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay. So now going under the Navy Yard or the Navy Railroad, do we have permission for that yet?
We do not have the permit in hand at this point.
Okay, now looking at this trunk line here, for the trunk lines, who paid for the one coming up to this on the lower section? Was it the county or the developer?
Yep. So we're talking about this
Yes.
line here that's
Yep.
being constructed for the Olympic View and Ridge and the developer constructed that as part of their project.
Okay, who paid for Lakeland Villages in Allen when they're putting in their trunk lines? Who pays for those?
The developer.
Okay,
Now, well, yes,
okay.
I'm not sure what the original infrastructure, the plant, the lift stations, the trunk line there, Commissioner, I apologize, but
Well, that's okay. I'm
I'm
actually talking
assuming
about,
that wasn't the
they just-
developer. But
yeah, they just had the new development, our first plot in 20 years. And
yes,
so they developed it, and as far as I understand, they pay for all their own. They had to. They just the developer paid $480,000, I think it was, for a pump just now. So earlier you were doing a presentation and you said that there may be a possibility of doing an additional $3,000 on that area. Now, we've never been briefed on that, right? This is the briefing on that?
correct.
Okay, at $3,000 for $4.5 million, how many ERUs do we need to get to recoup that fund?
Oh, sorry, Commissioner. 4.5 million divided by another 3,000.
Yeah,
So bear with me.
it's okay.
You've got the number.
Yeah, I believe it's about 1,500 to
Yeah.
recoup the money.
Yep.
Now, originally, when we were originally doing this, there was a collection. We were looking to go all the way up to the port, as you said, and I appreciate you mentioned that. And right now, even in our comprehensive plan, that's what it refers to, and it refers to all the funding coming from grants. When did that die? Because that's when I was on board with this process. About what year did that die?
Oh, I would say fairly early into the planning process when we were looking at the different options and alternatives. So our conversations with the port and the city at that time, they indicated that they were not wanting to connect right away, they being the port.
Now, on your spreadsheet, again, when's the first time we ever saw that?
Tonight.
The commission.
Or
For
last
this,
week.
yeah, for this. So now I saw something on there that was, I didn't catch when I looked at it on our little booklet here. So over the next 5 years, we're going to need, no matter what we do today, we're going to need additional $5 million to go into the system for improvements. Mark had brought that to my attention. I want to point out, I sure wish we'd been talking about that for quite a long time. I appreciate the effort that Mark and Loretta and you guys did to bring that forward to us. But did I read that correctly? It looks like about 5 million over the next 4 years.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And this year with ARPA funds, we're going to supplement the system without any new debt, 1.58 million, 1.25 million without debt. Is that what I read? Is that accurate?
If I could get my spreadsheet to wiggle.
Yes, I believe that is correct. If you take the ARPA, you're separating the ARPA from the 0.09 and the REIT money. Yes.
That's what I was trying to come up. So
Yeah.
we're looking at 1.58 million to supplement this year without no new debt. And luckily we have that ARPA. So that's 330,000. So it's 1.25 to supplement it this year.
Correct.
With the idea that hopefully it comes down if we have construction, because we're going to hopefully use that construction money in the future to pay down some of these other costs, right?
That's what was recommended by the analysts. I think it's a good financial perspective. From a financial perspective, I think it's good because we don't have to incur additional debt. We utilize the capital facility charges that we're collecting now to handle some of the CIP costs that we're going to see in the near future.
And I got one last question on the gallons. Currently in our code, we're saying 155 gallons per ERU, but you're using the 200 gallons per ERU. Where's that coming from?
So 200 gallons per ERU is a pretty common estimate
Standard.
utilized.
And I think I can, I'll tell you, because I got the 200 gallons per ERU, and that was, I took that out of Gordon's number, and we've had a few different ones. You're right. There is 155 gallons for an ERU cited in one of our documents. Gordon used 200. The original designers, CH2M Health, used 250.
And then they
So,
dropped it down
I mean,
to,
we've used a number of different ERU numbers, so I just went with 200, and that was all me.
And Richard, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner, for interrupting. Go ahead.
they dropped it down to 155, and that's what we've been charging on for all these years, unless something has changed. So that's why I was
No.
curious about that number.
Yeah, it's just a conservative planning number.
Okay,
Period.
so the 200 was the planning number, not the actual number we're using, which is 155, which was in our code.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
So
Yeah.
Commissioner
And-
Netherland, I think that what I want to just clarify there with you is that the 200 per ERU is to estimate when we're going to have to expand capacity,
Right.
right? So we want to be conservative in terms of not underestimating when we're going to need to do these things. Let's plan for them as we move
No,
forward.
that makes sense. So you're talking about 200 gallons per RU as a planning mechanism, not as our
Yes.
mechanism. And
Thank
even then, in order for us to establish that, we're going to have to show, because we took to ecology other numbers. So we're going to have to, that's the numbers we're going to have to show to try and prove.
I think that we're super safe if we do that, because as you might have recall, Richard was saying, we're averaging about 130 to 135 per ERU now. So I feel like that gives us a ton of capacity to as a cushion, basically. So we're prepared before somebody were to come in and say, we're going to require you to expand right now. We have that capacity built in there, and it just allows us to plan for the future.
Yeah, I do have one more question then on the $87. That's actually in the actual plan that we signed back in 2020, 3/24/2020. And that's what's in place until it changes. When did you hear that we could change it? Or, you know, that, because it's not even an absolute until it's done anyway. How long ago did you hear that?
So I can answer some of that, Commissioner Netherland. I think that this is they were in general discussions with the Public Works Board staff and how to change it. But I specifically asked the Public Works Board staff to provide that in writing so that we could, and I did that just last week. Or that's what I received. I believe I received that information from the Public Works Board in a meeting Thursday of last week.
Thursday, thank you. That's all I have, Commissioner.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Netherland. Commissioner Trask, anything there? Or do you still want to continue with the presentation for now?
Yeah, continue on.
Okay, thanks. Mark, Loretta?
Okay, now if I can figure out how to pull my handy dandy map up or back up.
I've got it pulled up if you want to quit sharing.
How about that?
Oh,
Does that work?
there you go. You got it.
I've got it. Success. Okay. Well, I'll quickly walk you through this. I don't believe this is posted yet, but this is an interactive map that we'll have available. So anyone can use it, kind of like our GIS map that we have online, but this is specifically geared around the Belfair UGA and utilities that are within the UGA, zoning, just the Belfair UGA picture. And just to give you a quick idea of what all is included here, if you just walk down the line here, I know that some of this will be, okay, I know this, Loretta, but for other folks, including myself sometimes, it helps to go through a little quick explanation. So bear with me. We've got different understanding levels here. So this little pancake stack here, if I click on that, it shows what types of information you can take a look at on this map. You can turn these little bits of information on or off. And you can use this bar here to scroll down. And so, for example, let's take a look at
Hey, Loretta, can you do me a favor?
Yes.
Let's kind of create a map that we were just talking about. So if you scroll up and
Okay.
if you take off the Belfair water lines, hide those.
Belfair water lines, yep.
Um,
Here,
the well,
I'm going
take
to
off-
zoom in first just to
take off the wells. Actually, go ahead and keep it zoomed out. I think that when we get here, it's gonna make sense.
Okay, I wasn't quite sure if it
That's
was
right.
at a place that folks could see. So I'm going to turn the lines on first. So you see the water lines that here, the blue lines, and now I'm going to turn those off. So no more water lines. And then if you wanted to take a look at where are the wells located for the water system, and then we're going to turn them off. Oop. Maybe I don't have them in the right location or where you can see it. Oh, it's loading, sorry. So down here, well locations, and then wells off. And maybe of interest, we've been talking about the Belfair Planned Action EIS. So we have what the existing zoning is, which you see now. And when I click on the existing zoning, you can see over in this box here, you get a little color code for what's what. So the blue, business industrial. We currently have mixed use, the purple. So that'll give you an idea there. Well, what does the Belfair Planned Action EIS? What's being contemplated there? This is this alternative 3 hybrid zoning that you see. So if you wanted to just compare what the difference is between the existing and what is being looked at as a proposed alternative, you could see that. Or if you don't want to see any zoning at all and you just want a cleaner map. If you wanted to see where the water courses are or not. Let's say you were curious about the topography. How steep is it? What are we talking about? Where's this proposed extension going? And what is the topography to get there?
And so if the lines are close together,
The lines, the closer together for the lines, the steeper the terrain. And you can see, for example, that's partially why the freight corridor alignment is where it is. It's taking advantage of the top of this crest and this flatter terrain. And if for some reason you wanted to see the aerial imagery rather than just a base map, you could. Here is our existing reclamation facility. For example. What other fun things? I think that's probably it. Commissioners, are there any data sets or pieces of information that would be helpful or useful from your perspective that you don't see on this map? And I know you're just seeing it, so feel free to add comments later.
That's pretty amazing, Loretta.
It's our GIS folks are amazing. They whip this out and it's just like, oh my gosh. And you can certainly use it for analysis. Oh, I know the other thing that's helpful is that property owner, or some of the comments we received from the community had to do with, well, who owns what? Well, you can, like our GIS map, you can click on one of these parcels and it will give you basic information. If you know the magic secret code, right? And one of the bits of information is the ownership. So here, this is an LLC. That is the property owner. And take a look here. West Bay Belfair LLC is the property owner here. So there's that bit of information as well. I know that was something that several community members were asking about. So that's my quickie tour of the map.
Loretta, is there a layer that shows the service area of the trunk line and lift station specifically?
If you show,
Good question. No, I did not. That is not added on here, but I can hover and generally show you, Commissioner. So the area, let's say that this line were constructed, this red line. The area that the endpoint here could potentially serve includes this area on the other side of Highway 3. It includes the potential to accept flows from this yellow highlighted area from the Puget Sound Industrial Center. And it includes most of this phase 3 area as well. Now I'm going to turn on the topography to give you an idea of why an area may be more easily served or not by this trunk line, Commissioner. If you're looking at the properties over on the other side of the railroad tracks here, you can see that this is steeply dropping off down to the Belfair Valley. And so even though these properties might be able to physically connect, they'd need a crossing under the rail, and then they'd have to have their own lift station to pump up. And then that could then continue on down and connect in. But what would be more realistically served by gravity and a small lift station here would be this area. Now, the original planning to serve this area, since this is gravity, was to come down the old Belfair Highway and flow down to Newkirk and out that direction. Another potential route that was looked at was to skirt along the contours, basically here, and then connect out to Roybode Road. So a couple of different options there. Dropping into Newkirk and down Old Belfair Highway takes advantage of this trunk line that's already constructed, this lift station here. So Commissioner, we can get that potential area served added that shows this vicinity. Apologies for not having that on there this go around.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments or desires for the map?
Just a real quick question. The yellow are those is that the power lines or proposed power? What's the yellow?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Trask. The yellow was identified in the Belfair Planned Action EIS as potential PUD 3 corridors. So they're looking to provide expanded service in the area to accommodate growth. And these are the locations that they had identified as potential utility corridors.
Great, thank
And
you.
that's a great question, actually, too. I think one of the, one or more community members asked about being thoughtful in our planning and making sure that utilities were installed once, not 3 times, that roads aren't torn up and reconstructed, and we come in after the fact to again install more lines. And that's the point of this, is looking at joint utility corridor planning. And you can see that, let's see, I'll turn the water lines back on here.
Perfect,
But
thank
you've already got an existing water line going up through this area. You've got to use an existing utility crossing through the rail. And this is where PUD is thinking would be a likely connection as well, or corridor. Again, it's joint location and making effective use of the urban area.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Great. Commissioners, any other questions on the map or any feedback for Loretta on the map? Okay.
So Commissioner Schutte, I believe that is the end of our presentation.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay. So as I mentioned, just a reminder, I know it was a little while ago when I laid everything out for this evening, but now that staff has completed their presentation, we will move into questions from the community. Again, just a reminder that if you have a question, again, not comment, but a question based on the presentation, go ahead and go to the bottom of your screen, and under the reactions tab, click on the raise hand icon. You'll see there's a yellow hand that will come up there for you. That's your way to let me know that you have a question. And so we'll go ahead and get started. It looks like Greg Sipnicki has his hand.
Commissioner, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No
I wanted to do one other thing, because I know that we have a lot of individuals on here, and I want to recognize all the individuals that have provided feedback to us. Could I do that now, or would I do that later?
So in relative to their comment on the proposal itself?
Correct.
Yeah. So I think let's focus on questions right now. Let's get the
Okay.
questions asked, and then when we move into the public comment period, then we can you can begin that portion with going through some of those responses that we received via email and handle that part. Is that amenable, commissioners? Okay, perfect. Okay, so with the questions, again, Greg, I see your hand is raised. Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, I have a couple questions for Loretta. Loretta, is the PSIC, the Puget Sound Industrial Complex, is that the same as the South Kitsap industrial area? I noticed that was kind of colored in the yellow shade that was shown up.
Yes, it's also referred to as the, yes.
Okay.
If you're familiar with the SKIA, yes.
Okay, so I heard you mentioning earlier that when you talked to Bremerton, they weren't interested at this time in doing that. And then just shortly before you got done, you mentioned you pointed to that industrial area that's in Kitsap. Would that have to be okayed by Bremerton, or would that be, how would that come about if we ended up doing that? I'm trying to think, because you also mentioned before that to serve some of the stuff that's on the west side of the highway, you could either do Old Belfair Highway or Roy Boat Road and go up the other side of the road. I'm also thinking that, where the proposed line is going to end, we would have to do a road push under the highway in order to get things that are on the west side of the highway. And so I guess I have a picture in mind that I kind of would like you to answer. Because if we were going to serve the SKIA in Kitsap County, it would make sense to have it on the east side of the highway. Whereas if we're bringing it up that way to serve places on the west side of the highway, we would also have to factor in how much it would cost to push under, Highway 3. And then would that be us picking up that cost, or would it be somebody on the other side? Would it be one of the property owners on the other side of the highway? So that's kind of it in a nutshell.
Okay.
So anyway, sorry to dump all that on you, but it just kind of brings up some questions.
Sure, no problem. That's why we are here. I'll try and answer as quickly as possible. So again, this is the railroad line here. And for the most part, this area below these steep slopes would either need to come out to the Roybode Road or Newkirk and Old Belfair Highway. I say need to. I'm sure there might be a will and a way to pump, but it's probably not cost effective to.
So you think it would be more cost effective to do the route that you're proposing right now and then go under the highway rather than to try to navigate the geography of going up Roybode Road or the Old Belfair Highway? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is most of phase 2. So I'm not sharing my screen anymore, am I? I'm sorry. Let's see. Okay. Alrighty, most of phase 2 that is yet to be connected is below these steep slopes here. The most cost-effective way to serve that community that's left undeveloped and unconnected would be either coming along the contours here for Roybode Road or coming out to Newkirk and down, and then down Old Belfair Highway.
Okay, so
what this line would serve, Greg, so at this endpoint here, this would potentially serve this area west of SR3 and a portion on the other side of the tracks, again, if there was a crossing. So just in terms of being able to, good topography and not a lot of pump stations, this is the area that could connect in. And yes, it would require a little lift station right about in this neck of the woods, and it would require pushing underneath SR3. Now, when this roundabout was under construction, we were working with Mason Transit and the engineer and the contractor and attempted to get just a line placed underneath that roundabout during construction. Again, trying to be cost effective, take advantage of a contractor out there on the job site, not tear up the roundabout or worry about jacking under that sometime in the future. But that just didn't work out timing wise. Commerce was great about revising our scope of work and including that as a potential project with the grant funds that we had already received. But it just unfortunately did not work out timing wise. So this point of connection, Greg, could serve this area, could serve this area, and could potentially serve this yellow shaded area that the city of Bremerton identified and the port of Bremerton as the most likely to utilize service from our facility.
Okay, thank you very much.
Does that answer okay?
It pretty much does. The one thing that I'm still kind of lingering is if you were going to go up the Roybode Road to serve stuff that's a little bit further west, is it impossible to like put a lift station to have it go up and then have that same going down where the Roy Boy Road is, rather than having to push under the highway. I guess if you're going to go up and serve that area anyway, could you kill two birds with one stone, with one, with one leg up there, if you put in another lift station to take it over? I don't know the topography that well up there.
Yeah,
It's
I
just a
see.
question.
You're wondering about the opposite, whether or not a portion of this upper area could be pushed under the rail and then follow down to Roybode Road, if I understand you correctly.
Yeah, and something, I just had I didn't even notice that the rail was going between there. And you're right, it is going through here. It doesn't look real obvious, but yeah. Okay, I see where you're going. Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Thanks,
Thank
Greg.
you.
Great questions. First, I have, I think it's Calliope, and then Adam Birnbaum. Calliope, do you have a question? If you can unmute yourself, I see your hand is raised.
Hello?
Hi there. Go ahead and ask
Hi.
your question.
I have a couple questions. First of all, I'm seeing a lot of concentration up here where those 5 small businesses are. And I'm wondering why the line couldn't have just gone up the road. It seemed like it would have been, as the eagle flies kind of, but it seems to me that the only one benefiting from the plan the way it is Overton, and all of his subdivisions down below exactly where the sewer line's going. And to me, it's just not worth the $5 million or $4.5 million.
Okay. Loretta, do you have an answer as to why it took the path that it did in the design? Thank you, Calliope.
Yeah, be happy to. So Calliope, the initial thought for this project was to run the line. This black line here is the approximate location of the Belfair Freight Corridor, or you might know it as the Belfair Bypass. And so the initial concept was to run the line down here, and it was assuming that we were coming up to these port properties to serve. All right. And then what you were describing, as I understand it, was taking, so this, the existing line ends right about in this neck of the woods here. And what you were describing was potentially just running up along the State Route 3 and underneath the rail to come up and serve these properties. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I was kind of wondering because it looks like it's a lot longer to do it the planned way.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're gonna go back to these crazy squiggly lines to help explain that. If we were to run this line up State Route 3, we're either going to need to locate it in the adjacent right-of-way or tear up the road, which nobody's going to like that concept or want to do. It would be a serious interruption traffic-wise. And if we were to run up one side or the other of the road right-of-way, think about how you would connect these properties on the other side. So they're all downslope. They would all need to pump up and then all have individual pushes underneath the highway to connect to this new trunk line. And then similarly, and then the other thing is that when we locate a utility within the state right-of-way, they have a franchise agreement. If and when the day comes that there is additional widening or road work to do, if our utility is in conflict with that road widening, then we would need to relocate that according to their design. So that's a consideration. Typically, sewer is deep enough that it's not necessarily going to be in conflict, but there is that potential. So why this alignment then? This alignment, again, was chosen because of the topography, the existing corridor,
Mhm.
and then thinking about what the future road network is in this area. So wanting to make sure that all of the utilities are located along a road corridor that is easily accessible.
Okay, I have another question.
Sure.
So there's 453 current ERUs or 421, 24, whatever the number is. It seems to me like you're all betting on the come here that this $5 million sewer line that you're expecting Belfair citizens to pay for is going to benefit Overton properties more than it's going to benefit anyone else, because the rates are going to go up. It's going to be, substantially financial hit for a lot of people who don't. You talk about Mason County being the poorest county in the state. Well, Belfair could be the poorest city in the state. And I just don't understand why committing $4.5 million additional debt is what the people want.
Clyde P., is there a question in there?
Yeah, why? It just doesn't seem like it's in, who's benefiting from this? It's not the city of Belfair.
Okay.
Who's benefiting from it the most?
Commissioners, would it be all right if I took a stab about that in terms of talking about meeting our growth management objectives?
Sure.
Okay. So Calliope, if you were to look at just thinking traditionally about if we were extending service to an area that had lots of residential development potential or existing customers, that would totally reduce what that potential risk might be, or what's the return on that investment, right? And here it's a little different because you're right, you don't have existing customers that you are necessarily connecting other than a potential handful. And so the economics of this might be a little bit different in thinking about, are we meeting our growth management objectives? And is the return on this investment something other than immediate connections and rates and so on? So the other thing that development within Belfair does to benefit not only the Belfair community and ratepayers, but the county in general, is that we've got properties that are increasing in value. If they're being sold, you've got real estate excise tax collected. If they're businesses that are thriving, you've got B&O taxes that are being provided. So it's a different analysis, and unfortunately not one that I can put hard numbers to for you, but a little different.
So what is the current rate of growth for the population in this area? How is it different? How does it differ from 4 or 5 years ago?
So the current rate of growth has been significantly different compared to 4 or 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And if I could go back to Richard's spreadsheet and his assumptions, Richard and Mark were both very careful to be very conservative in what the growth assumptions were, and to make sure that we were not betting on or assuming connections that may or may not happen. So if you recall the spreadsheet, Richard put together the existing 421 and then what permits had actually been taken out to date. So those are real numbers. That's real development. And then beyond that, for the subdivision, he made very conservative assumptions about different divisions being brought online over the next few years at a pace of about, let's just say, an average of 20 new homes per year.
Okay, great. I have next up Adam Birnbaum, and then it looks like Brenda Hershey, JJC, Brad Carey, and Lynn Freeman. And so just we'll go ahead with Adam Birnbaum.
Hey everyone, thanks staff to the great presentation. I've really enjoyed it. I've got 4 questions here. One is kind of a piggyback off Greg's, but I'll just lay these out and let y'all answer. So first, could any of the county staff or commissioners give an update on the likelihood that a Bremerton or Port of Bremerton connection to the proposed sewer is going to happen? And if so, could you characterize a little bit about what you're thinking for timeline for that? I understand if not. The second question is could someone talk a little bit more about the 2026, I'm not sure how to call it, but the balloon payment that that was in the presentation, the large pool of funds that are expected to become due then. I think it was around $3 million in debt. If someone could just characterize what the plans are for how that debt is going to be paid, I'd really appreciate that too. Okay, the next question is just for the commissioners. So I believe that I've heard in the past, certainly Commissioner Schutte in Netherlands and perhaps Commissioner Trask to commit individually to not raising the rates on the Belfair sewer system. But in this presentation, it seems like the county staff is kind of contemplating a rate raise to around $114. And I know that in the county's response to the state auditor's office last year, they also said that they were thinking about raising the rates to, I think, $112 with like a 3% annual CPI adjustment too. So I was just wondering if the three of you could speak to whether you think a rate raise is or is not appropriate, and whether that's something that you're willing, yeah, however you could characterize that. Okay, fourth and final question. Thank you all for your patience. I thought I heard Loretta, I thought I heard you mention a rule that the state or perhaps the county was obliged to follow regarding the maximum tolerable rate for utilities. And I noticed, this is a bit of an aside, but I noticed that the Shelton rate was $133.64. So it looks like they're paying about, what if it's $114 for the maximum tolerable rate, it seems like they're paying about $19 over that. So I understand it's a different system, but if you could comment on why the folks in Shelton can pay more than the maximum tolerable rate, I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Loretta, do you want to dive in on those first, or do you want us to respond to the rate
Sure.
question first? Or
Yeah, if you like, I'll do a quickie on PSIC and then I'll kick it over to Richard to talk about the balloon payment. And yeah, we'll go from there.
Great.
So the likelihood and timing of a connection to PSIC and what needs to happen, right? There are other things that need to happen. In working with the city of Bremerton and the port, the city did not anticipate any development happening in this area within at least 5 years is what they had projected. And they need to do some things on their general sewer plan as well. So they need to update it and show the potential of receiving service from the facility in Mason County. So that's one thing that needs to happen. The other is a whole lot of conversation between Mason County and the city about, okay, if you want to connect, we've planned for that capacity, but what does that look like in terms of cost? So how do you buy into the existing infrastructure? How are you paying for this connection into this line? How are you paying for the monthly rate to be able to connect in? And oh, by the way, maybe now this added flow has triggered some expansion costs that are beyond our existing infrastructure. So what's the buy-in for that? So that's a whole conversation that needs to happen before there's any connection, okay? And then on top of that, so there's one quickie other thing. So much like our UGA, for growth to happen, it's not only sewer, you need to have power, you need to have water, you need to have all these other pieces of infrastructure to help facilitate that. And so the city, I know, also has, will have some water to consider about how to serve that neck of the woods as well. Okay, Richard.
Right.
The big spending day.
I know. Why you got to keep me under control. Okay, so the 2026, and believe me, this is just forecasted. This was forecasted in a previous capital improvement plan, and I brought the 3.3 million up to today's valuation. And this is, that 3.3 million is, we don't know if that's really the number. It might be less, it might be more. We don't know. It is it's an option. It's an option moving forward for someplace to deal with our reclaimed water. And we're not even sure if it's needed yet. As I said earlier, the treatment plant's rated for 125,000 gallons. Some of us are assuming that I'm not assuming, but a lot of people are assuming that that's our spray field where we put our reclaimed water is rated for as well. If it is, then that number would be that would help us get lease more land for a spray field and put the infrastructure in to expand it. But we don't know if it's necessary. Those are conversations I'm still having with ecology's engineers. When they sited it, they sized it conservatively, so they knew that it would be adequate. And over time, they're going to look at our records to see how we've used it, to see how it's performed, and possibly, give it a different rating. Well, they'll give it a different rating because it doesn't really have a rating right now. We know it's oversized. So that's just a placeholder for money that may be needed, maybe less, maybe more, may not be needed. But I thought it fair to include because it was in a capital improvement plan for the Belfair utility. So just to be totally transparent, I wanted that number in there.
Thanks. I know there are a lot of people with questions, so I don't want to belabor this too much, but I meant how are we going to pay for it, not what's it for.
Okay, well that's what the capital facility fees are for. Actually, is to pay for those large expansions when they come. So when you're collecting those connection fees, as you can see across the bottom of the screen, beginning actually in 2021, that 641,300. We collected that last year, and it's sitting all by itself. And we're expecting another 510,000 from the same developer in the next month. So there's a $1.1 million towards that already, or towards whatever expansion or necessary capital improvement is needed. Because that's traditionally what CFCs are for.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You bet.
Okay, and then just Adam, I guess because you asked on the rates question, yeah, I mean in the past I have committed to keeping the rates stable as we've evaluated all of these options that are in front of us, and that's not a commitment that I'm backing away from. Obviously there's some financial analysis that recommends we increase rates over time, like we do to the other utilities in the county annually. And so, but as we're going through this planning phase right now, I've certainly committed to keeping rates where they are, and won't back off of that commitment.
I'll just real quick too, and I agree 100%. When we voted on the loan back in March of 2020, we all agreed that we did not want to increase the rates, at least not at this time. When I think, I would feel more comfortable if we were stable and that if Belfair was stable.
And Adam, that is a really good question. That's why that $87 thing was such a scare, a huge scare when that came out and showed that we had already signed that. There's a difference between our sewer system in Belfair and the other ones, and that's the gallons per ERU, as you heard us talk about a little bit before. If we were to adjust the price, the amount that we adjust will have a greater impact on businesses than it would on residents, because we don't actually count gallons for the residents, even though we call it an ERU. But we set it up when we were setting up by gallons for the businesses. So at 155 gallons as an ERU, and you spread out, do a small increase on it, or a $10 increase, it has a much greater increase overall for the business. The QFC was a perfect example, but I'm going to use Safeway. In 3/23 of 20, we had that meeting where the staff sat there and broke down that and shows that we're paying literally twice as much than our competitors in the Kitsap area up there. And the reason why we're paying that is because the amount of gallons that we're giving them per ERU, not just the cost per ERU, it's the amount of gallons, which means they have a lot more ERUs. And I wanted to touch on one little thing for you. You asked a question about the Shelton rate. I want to clarify that rate that was given, as far as I understand, was for those that are not on the water system. It is different for different people throughout their system. One friend I have pays $94 a month. Another friend I have, a family of 5, paid $120 a month.
Oh, thanks. And that's a twofer there for that last question. So I'll yield the rest of my time. But I appreciate your answers, and thanks.
Great. Okay, so next we have Brenda Hershey, JJC, Brad, Carey, and Lynn Freeman. And just Brenda, I'm sorry, before you get started, just as folks are done testifying or asking questions that have their hands raised, if you could just lower your hand so I'm able to keep track of who has gone and who hasn't. Okay, Brenda.
Yes, thank you for this public meeting tonight. I think it's been really good. One thing I wanted to ask is this. I sent in several questions that I don't feel have been answered tonight, and at the late hour, I don't expect them to. But I would ask that you answer my questions at some later date. But I do have one question. These improvements, the capital improvements, that is something that is news tonight. And one of the questions that I had was a concern that do we have for Russellwood and North Bay, do they have capital improvement, or do they have a capital fund? And what I'm getting to is, are we planning for infrastructure? I know that these systems are off, they're supposed to be self-sufficient and all, but gee whiz, Belfair isn't. And do we have other liabilities that are hanging out there? And I'll be quiet now and let you answer my question. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Brenda. Richard or Loretta, do you have?
Well, I could tell you we do collect capital facility fees for connecting to any of our systems. I apologize. I've really been concentrating on Belfair really, and I can't answer the other part of the question if there's set aside accounts for capital. But I do know that we do collect capital facility fees for any connection to any of our systems, water or wastewater.
Is anyone in the county looking out for this? Is there someplace in the county that we're looking at infrastructure from that perspective?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Brenda. And Kel's on here tonight as well. So how that is folded in, we do it at the utility level, but on a bigger picture level. We prepare a capital facilities plan update as an element of the county's comprehensive plan. And Kel and her team have focused on making some improvements to that. We're doing a quick update this year, but she's laid out a great scope of work and a great team to really give that the attention that it needs. So that's, sorry, a big picture answer, and Kel can certainly elaborate on that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so in the capital facilities plan, it looks at things that are much broader than just wastewater treatment facilities, but that is the intent of the capital facilities plan, is to look out 20 years into the future and look at all of our existing and long-term potential facilities that we may need in the county, what needs updated, upgraded, et cetera. And we do plan to overhaul our capital facilities plan next year. And I see Brad Carey's on here, and I hope he shares that with his brother, Jeff.
Just to add on, we're just completing a general sewer plant facilities plan for Belfair. Next year is North Bay is scheduled to get their facility plan, general sewer plan updated. And so, yeah, we do move through them and refresh them. And this year's Belfair, next year, well, last 2 years it's been Belfair, and next year is North Bay, Case Inlet.
Okay, great. Next up,
Just a quick response to
Sure.
we do have reserved fund balances for other utilities. So that's where we would keep money set aside to handle expenses. So to answer her question regarding the other utilities and are we creating reserves, we do have reserves.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate that. Next up, we have JJC, then again, Brad Carey, Lynn Freeman, Kim Wilson, and Steve Rogers, and Marilyn and John Corrigan. So JJC, if you just unmute yourself and ask your question.
Yes, my name is Jack Johnson. I'm from Belfair, and I have some comments and questions. Commissioner Schutte and Commissioner Trask, first of all, you had just stated that you do not want to raise rates in Belfair, but right at the beginning of this presentation, it talks about that in order to take this loan that you have to raise the rates by $87 in the core of Belfair. So what is that all about? Is it your intention to raise the rates in the core of Belfair by $87 per ERU?
So Jack, thanks for the question. I believe staff covered that at the beginning, and that is not the intent when we all agreed to sign the acceptance letter in 2020. It's an administrative change that needs to occur that I will speak for myself, that I would be supportive of having staff work with the Public Works Board on making that administrative change so that that $87 requirement is removed from the agreement. And that, I believe, I don't know if staff has any more feedback to to cover that again, but that was discussed at the beginning of the presentation.
Would it be removed or reduced?
It was my understanding, based on what county staff and Public Works Board staff reported, that it would be removed in its entirety.
So also, I served and chaired the Belfair Sewer Advisory Committee. I've been involved in the history of the sewer. And it seems to me that the ERUs are 135 gallons, not 155 gallons. And I'm pretty sure if you check that the core was established at 135 gallons per ERU. So that what that means is that Safeways currently, they're not only what it costs for them to get into the sewer, but what it costs them every month is based on a 135 gallon ERU. So I don't know if this has been changed or you've upped it to 155, which is unfair to the core if they are paying monthly at 135 and it's been changed to 155. So can somebody clear that up for me?
Sure, Richard, do you want to address that again? Or Mark?
I would just like to make sure that that we didn't confuse folks that for planning purposes in terms of capacity of the treatment facility, we're assuming 200 gallons per ERU, just to make sure that we're stay ahead of the game in terms of ensuring that we have enough capacity to serve the customers that want to be served or that actually connect to the system. So as far as the current billing rate and how the ERUs were calculated for those commercial businesses, I do not know that off the top of my head. I apologize.
No, and neither do I, but I will tell you what, I will run it down and
Okay, well,
get this clarified.
well, I can tell you I suffered through that, so I'm pretty confident it's 135. And so everything I'm hearing, this extension is not needed for the Soto Church, WashDOT property, Hood Canal Heating, Cascade Floral, or Mason Transit. They all have legal conforming septic systems. Isn't that correct?
I believe that's correct.
And so I guess I'm unclear. It was pretty obvious how you're going to pay for it if you raise the rates in the core at $87, but I'm unclear on how this is going to be paid for, and I'm unclear on how you envision this investment is going to be worthwhile.
So I can talk about the debt, Mr. Johnson. It's the intent is to change the debt from a revenue bond to general obligation debt of the county. So if the commissioners decided to utilize this as a source of funds to do the extension, it would be changed to general obligation debt. And the funding source for that is specifically the real estate excise tax, the second quarter % of the real estate excise tax, and 0.09 sales tax funds that would continue into the future. So you kind of see that on the screen right now. And where you see the extend beyond railroad tracks portion, you can see where the contributions from the real estate excise tax and the 0.09 funds would continue in years past 2032.
So my most important issue here is that the Corps doesn't have to pay for this. And I believe it would be a gift of public funds. And you'd be charging them for something they didn't receive. And the Corps suffered enough. And if you read the 234 pages of comments, and I know some of them are duplicated, I didn't see one comment that supported this.
Jack, do you have another question? Because we can take that for testimony after we're done with everybody's questions.
Well, if I do have a little bit more comments, and I know.
Okay.
You know,
we can get to those once we're through everybody's questions. Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Next up, Brad Carey, and then Lynn Freeman.
Hi.
Hi, Brad.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. Brad Carey here. I thought it was a very, very well laid out presentation. And for the record, I support the sewer extension.
Okay, Brad, do
So
you have any?
there's 1-4, just for what it's worth. I think the way you guys have laid it out, explained it up front, what the problem is and how you guys are going about trying to solve the problem.
Brad, do you have a, I'm sorry, Brad. I don't mean to interrupt you, Brad. Do you have a question or is?
Well, I got a couple of questions, but my main purpose is to say, hey, if we generate more connections.
Sure. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you, but would you be able to save those comments for when we're through questions?
Oh,
and
right. Yeah, absolutely. Here's the question. Is that 0.09% loan interest, is that a fixed rate?
The sales tax, that's specifically referring to a rural sales tax that we collect, the 0.09%. The public works loan ranges from 0.79 down to 0.29. And that's all dependent upon how quickly you were able to get done. So if you're able to get it done, let's say within a year, then you could have the 0.29 interest rate. We have until 2025 to get it done. If we got it done later in that cycle, the interest rate on that loan would be 0.79%.
Okay, so that's
sorry. Actually, there's 3 ranges. 0.79 is the first, 0.54, I believe, or 0.59 is the next rate, and then 0.24 if we were super aggressive in our construction schedule. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's perfectly right. It's 0.54 and 0.29, but yeah.
great. Those are fixed rates once we lock in, right?
Correct.
Excellent. Okay, regarding, there's about 11 property owners there on that map that I looked where the extension proposals being put through. Okay, well, I guess this is a comment, but I think it's very advantageous to take advantage of the fact that we have that few of property owners, so we don't have to deal with 300 or 400 different property owners as growth and pieces of property get parceled out. So I appreciate you guys taking my questions, and sorry about the comments I slipped in there, but I was trying to get them both done at the same time. But great presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Brad. Okay, next we have Lynn Freeman, Kim Wilson, and then Steve Rogers, and then a couple others as well. Lynn, you're on deck.
Okay, well, excellent presentation. Thank you very much. I have a clarification I need first before I ask my question. The new development for Olympic Ridge, you said that part of their development was going to include connecting to the sewer. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct. Both Olympic View and Olympic Ridge will be connecting to the sewer.
Okay, that they've paid for already. I mean, it's already in the works.
So the capital facility charges are collected at the time that we issue a building permit. So we've received a portion of the Olympic View, which are the apartments, and expect to receive the remainder of that early 2022.
Okay, so how much further beyond that development is this expansion expected to be?
So it would go north of the railroad tracks. So it basically stops at the railroad tracks right now, Lynn. And this extension would actually go from the railroad tracks to the north up to Log Yard Road, just beyond Log Yard Road.
Okay, so if I'm getting this right, would this extension that would go in, this UGA, this expansion now, would that give us a heads up or a forward motion on the freight corridor coming in?
I don't know that I could speculate on the freight corridor. I think the freight corridor is really dependent upon the Department of Transportation and when they have it on their capital construction plan.
No. what I mean, I think you missed my point. And I'm saying is if we put in, if the freight corridor goes in, they would also have other types of businesses up there, I'm sure. My question would be, would we have, if with Olympic Ridge and that new development, and if we expand this, would we also be ahead to put new infrastructure up there with the sewer system? I guess what I'm looking at is trying to get all this together at one time to where it makes sense to do one, because we'll probably end up doing the next end of it. Does that make sense?
I believe so. I think what you're saying is like having all the construction occur at the same time.
Not necessarily at the same time, but you know how you'll get this half done, and then we know that in 2 years we'll have this half done. I mean, as our payments are starting to come due, we're going to start having the new development because of that freight corridor going in. We would already be ahead by having this UGA done for the northern section, plus the Olympic Ridge, plus going up to the freight corridor. That's kind of where I'm looking.
Yes, I would, from a speculation point, my Mark Neary's personal opinion is if the freight corridor goes in, then would that spur development in that area? I think it's very possible that it would, but that's just my opinion, Lynn.
Okay, mine too. But that was what I was wondering, is if we have this here and we have the Olympic Ridge areas already done, could that be a juncture for something along the freight corridor? I mean, if we do something now, we would have it in place for needing it later, right?
Correct.
Okay, then I'm good. That's what I needed to know. Excellent presentation. Thank you, everyone.
Great, thank you, Lynn. Kim Wilson, and then Steve Rogers, Marilyn and John Corrigan, and Mark Amons. I have up next. Kim, go ahead with your question. Kim.
Oh, there. Sorry, had trouble
Yeah, no
with
problem.
my mic. Okay, so I understand that the current line ends just right before the trestle, the south end of the railroad trestle, correct?
It will end there, Kim. It's still somewhat under construction, but yes, it will end right around the south end of the trestle.
Okay, but the one that's currently already there for the Olympic View developments, it's already in, and it ends just south of the railroad trestle.
No, that's what I'm saying. They're building this now. Most of it is completed, Kim, but they still need to finish this neck of the woods here.
So this $4.5 million extension would go to the existing, to serve existing, the 6 existing businesses, and then speculative for the future, that we don't know what is going to happen with Overton's property. We don't know what the city of Bremerton's going to do. And it doesn't include going underneath the highway to serve the west side of Highway 3. Is that correct?
I would say that is correct.
So why wouldn't they extend the sewer line down the old Belfair Highway to have immediate connections that would give you approximately 150 connections immediately without having to speculate what's going to happen in the future? I don't understand where the thought process was in all this blue sky. Why is it? Well, the question is, why are we deciding to put an extension to serve 6 properties that don't need it, when we could go down the old Belfair Highway? We don't have to worry about the topography because it's pretty level, and you've got existing homes that you could hook up to, or better yet, go down to Lynch Cove, which was the whole reason for the sewer system anyways, was to protect the Hood Canal, and we're not even near the Hood Canal. I don't get it.
Lynch Cove is outside of the Belfair UGA, so similar to serving the PSIC or the SKIA community, that would require a general sewer plan update and an environmental need to be able to do that. And I cannot speak firsthand to the community meetings that were held in discussing plans to extend service down Old Belfair Highway and up to the River Hill community. So perhaps someone else can jump in to talk about that a little bit more about why we did not proceed with those plans.
That would be nice.
So I'm going to jump in here, Kel, with the Mason County Planning Department. And I also, Loretta, I was not here or was not involved in the discussions regarding bringing sewer out Old Belfair Highway. But from a planning perspective, when you look out there, the return on investment on bringing sewer out, even though it seems like a lot of connections, those are single ERUs, single family, and it's pretty low density relative to what urban growth areas should be. And so, you know, maybe over time that area of the county will, or that area of the UGA will grow. But on the existing proposal, or the proposal we're talking about now, extending it to that north of the railroad tracks, but east of SR3, it is speculative, but the county already is, you know, we've had pre-application conferences for a considerable amount of development. And we also just received a special use permit for a large warehouse development in the north of Log Yard Road. Not sure what the number of ERUs would be, but of course they would, if the sewer extension was there, they'd be required to hook up. There's tax revenues based on, a conversion from its, currently undeveloped land, and that would be warehouse. That's a significant impact to the county, just overall. And then also, I just kind of want to throw out there a reminder for folks, who aren't super planner nerds. But back in the 90s, when the state required counties who were growing at a certain rate to plan under growth management, Mason County fell under that. And you were supposed to look at your cities and develop urban growth areas around those cities, and where you were going to grow over the 20-year time period. And Mason County, I believe they were the first ones to do this. I could be wrong, but they chose to take the town of Allen and the town of Belfair and make them urban growth areas without an already existing city. So in a way, the recent growth that we've been feeling in the community development department for all the growth that's been going on in Belfair with the apartments, that's a huge deal for us. We're kind of transitioning our brains from being rural planners to also city planners and city development. And so, we cannot predict the future, but we definitely see in our pre-application conferences, inquiries coming over the phone. There's a lot of development interest in Belfair. And, I was talking with our environmental health manager earlier this morning about all the development proposals we get in the Shelton urban growth area. And the reason why so many projects don't go through there is because the city of Shelton doesn't have the water lines or sewer line extensions. And so development it doesn't pan out for them to do. So maybe they're going elsewhere, or they're just choosing not to develop. But from a planning perspective, I believe that, the county taking that initiative to extend the sewer, the main line, will pay off over time. And then lastly, on the state growth management, if you have an urban growth area, you're supposed to provide urban services. And that is presumably a water system, sewer system, a road network, et cetera. So I'll end there and
Okay, well, I know going down the old Belfair Highway, there are more than 6 connections. So thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Kim. All right, next up we have Steve Rogers, and then Marilyn and John Corrigan, Mark Amons, Robert Baglio, and Ken Van Buskirk. Steve, go ahead and make your comment or your ask your question. My apologies.
Commissioner Schutte, if I could just jump in real quick.
Sure.
There is a House bill. It's House Bill 1627, and that is a bill to extend water and sewer outside of UGAs. So just to throw another monkey in, or whatever you want to call it, another thing for us to think about and plan for is the possibility of extending water and sewer outside of our UGAs.
Commissioner, also like to chime in then on a second. That presentation or that statement by staff was more of a testimony than it was a presentation. I want to point out to staff who just said all that there is a high density and a medium density down McKnight Road. There's a huge housing development that was on the list possibility at the end of River Hill. So just wanted to point that stuff out. That's all down that old Belfair Highway.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners. Again, Steve, if you are ready with your question, go ahead. Steve, you're muted.
I'm unmuted.
There you go.
Okay. I've got a question, and it is the last lady kind of answered it, which was, what happens if we don't have all of this growth above the tracks? I don't know how the people of Belfair and even the other people around here can afford 4.5 million for that area. I think the people ought to pay for it. So that's my opinion. Then you talk about that comes to my question is, what happens if there's no growth? Why do we have to do this?
I think I would just, for the sake of the question and answer period, just point back to the earlier conversation around growth management and the projects that are going through permitting. But I don't know if staff has anything else to add. I think that's a question that they had covered already.
Well, the only thing that I would add, Commissioner Schutte, is that the financial forecast numbers that we provided did not assume any additional growth associated with this area. So if there was growth that occurred in this area, then it would positively impact those numbers.
Okay, now my next question, if we let Bremerton and the Port of Bremerton hook into our line and pump sewer down here, is that going to cost us money to keep the sewer plant operating?
You know, the more, I mean, so any additional capacity needs that the sewer plant would require from the additional services, we would expect those partners to actually pay those things. The more customers that you have on the system, the better able you are to take the cost of operations and spread it over a larger group of people. So I think that Richard talked a little bit about, I think it was Port, was one or the other one that had a large group of customers on it, and therefore their rates were fairly low. I think it was Port Orchard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a whole lot lower rates for sewer costs.
So the more people, Steve, oh, sorry, go ahead.
My final question is, are you going to put this to a public vote? Or are you going to decide it yourselves?
So I think, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I don't believe that there's a mechanism to put this on the ballot. Mark, you came from the Secretary of State's office. Is there, I don't know how that would work, but.
Yeah, I am not sure off the top of my head.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. Marilyn and John Corrigan.
Let me thank you for letting me have my say so.
You bet. Thanks, Steve. Okay, Marilyn and John, you're up.
Yes, thanks. I would just like to reiterate the thank you for the staff and everyone in this conversation. I'm glad we had this public forum, and I appreciate it all. I have a couple questions. The first one is, does this plan support the public, the freight corridor and the bypass? Because we know they're coming. So does this plan support connections to those? My second question is, what is the plan for the airport industrial area? And is that included? And then why aren't county utilities joined?
Great questions. Loretta, do you want to take those?
I'll take a shot. So this is in anticipation, and actually that was what drove the initial concept of developing a plan of the freight corridor coming, Marilyn. And I want to just point out real quick, the freight corridor, so this is, I'm not sure what's up there. Is the spreadsheet up or the map now?
Oh, we got the map.
A map.
Okay, great. So the freight corridor running through this area is what's called a limited access corridor, which means only very few points of connection will be allowed to it. The point of this is to move traffic through. And so the line or an extension or a trunk to serve the anticipated development makes most sense to be central to collect and serve that area. So short answer, yes, it was planned in anticipation of the freight corridor coming and development coming along with it. As far as the airport industrial area, as far as I know, the port and the city has not received anything like a hard application, Marilyn, but certainly there has been lots of interest and potential development proposals that are being floated out there, but I could not tell you what specifically. And again, around anticipation of this freight corridor construction occurring. And your third question, one more time.
Why aren't county utilities coordinated or joined?
Yeah, okay. So I think we talked a little bit about this earlier. One of the things that the Belfair Sewer Advisory Committee and actually the FCS group consultants looked at way back when was, okay, if we've got a small little rate base here for these each individual utility, would it make sense financially to pool those utilities and get, you know, a larger customer group to share those costs? And the result of that was good in theory, but each little individual utility has its own either huge debt or some future CIP needs that it might be challenging to combine those utilities and have a pooled fund, if you will.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks, Marilyn. Next up, we have Mark Amons, Robert Baglio, David Overton, and Travis Couture for questions. Mark, go ahead with your question.
Good evening, and thanks for your time. Richard, I am curious about the CIP in 2026, the $3.3 million. That assessment's based on, I'm assuming, some sort of growth potential and you need to expand services. However, in the lower part of the spreadsheet, when we're looking at extended beyond, I don't see another figure that is similar to that one all the way out through 2046. Is that because we can't make that kind of assumption? And then my second question would be, as we look at expanding the system, what does that do to the overall maintenance cost And do those maintenance costs remain the same if the system doesn't take on the additional ERUs from Bremerton and other forecasted areas?
Okay. So you do see the 3.38 million in 2026, and that's actually, let's just say it happens. We expand our spray fields to meet our needs. That's what it's there for. And you're right, you don't see that from there on out. The treatment plant itself, it's broken to components that each have their own capacities, and some of them are mechanical and some are biological. Biological ones are harder to pin down and say this is the firm capacity. I can tell you that what we have there at the treatment plant, and it's why you don't see it anywhere, that a big number jump up anywhere for a long time, is because the plant, the physical construction, the concrete hard part of the plant has the capacity to handle those flows. And so what you see is membranes being replaced or added to the existing tankage that's there. Right now, we only utilize like 1/4 of the capacity that's out there. Very little investment gets that up to speed. Some membranes being placed in, some additional probes and electrical connections, but after that, it's this plant was designed to have very little human interference. So operation and maintenance costs, yeah, can remain pretty steady. As long as we're doing our due diligence checking and checking all the components and keeping up with it, I don't really see a giant increase in O&M other than just dealing with inflation and what you see there as CIPs. Now that's today's plan. 5 breweries might show up out there and change my whole world. So that this is just my best picture from today. Not knowing at all what's really coming over the next 20 years.
And Mark, I think the important point here is that this is the treatment side. So it's not it would also include maintenance that we need to do on lift stations in the future and those items. But this is really the treatment component of this utility. So as we increase, and both scenarios that you see here, we only increased to 794. If all of a sudden you were to get a PSIC to say, hey, or City of Bremerton to say, hey, we want to utilize some of this capacity, then there would be additional costs associated with ramping up to be able to meet that capacity level.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Next up, we have Robert Baglio, David Overton, Travis Couture for questions. Robert, go ahead with your question.
Yes, good afternoon. I guess I was curious, the sewer plant, more of a yes or no, was not it built to go ahead and provide environmental protection for future growth in the area?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure was.
And was it not designed for the growth to serve the urban growth areas in and around Belfair?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify those couple of points. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Robert.
Mark, can you clarify what CIP means?
Construction in progress, or
it's a capital improvement program.
Oh, thank you. Accounting terms, it's CIP, it means construction in progress, but yes, capital improvement program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Robert. David Overton and then Travis Couture.
Hi, Commissioner. Oh, sorry. Hi, Commissioners and staff. So quick question for Richard and Loretta. It sounds like the lift station, the bore, and the other lines that you're designing are not just servicing the 6 highway frontage properties, nor the properties that I manage, but they are designed to serve a broader area. Do you have a map that you could show for that broader service area? And then I also have to apologize. My first GMA meeting was when I was 14, and I have subjected my daughter through this process. So I have to officially apologize to her for keeping her up through this meeting. But thank you for the answer.
I'm looking for my crude markup that shows the potential service area. Was that in the packet, I believe, that was posted online, correct? Yeah. Which is slow to wake up right now.
Nature of my question is just, I want to make sure that we don't have to rebuild those lines for future connection. And so even if you could describe the broad area that lift station and the size of those lines and the bore would end up serving, that would be helpful.
Sure. The
Are you telling the hydraulic capacity?
Yeah, thank you.
What like I say, in terms of ERUs calculated at 200, there's from the railroad tracks north, Mason County, in our planning documents, there's 821 ERUs still available over there. I might have a little dyslexia, it might be 812, but it's one of those three. And then there's a little over 1,100 ERUs that's planned for PSIC. So there's plenty of hydraulic capacity to serve a huge area.
So then the follow-up question is simply, what would be the next phase to serve the industrial properties to the west of Highway 3 on the other side of Log Yard Road? We have some properties that are on that side of the highway, just south of Port of Bremerton, that we've been working with other industrial owners in that area about servicing. So we're wondering whether this line will have enough capacity to serve the west side of the highway as well as it's designed.
Yes, this line is designed to accept flows from the west side of SR3. Can you see the map that's up now? I can't really tell what's behind on the shared screen. Yes, no, maybe?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, all righty. So this is the area that I was kind of highlighting with my mouse before on the other map. But generally, just given topography, what's easily served, this is the area within our UGA that could flow quite readily into the proposed sewer extension. Now, this little area on the other side of the tracks, we talked about before when Greg was asking the question, topographically, it could probably go here as well, but would need to be pushed under the tracks. Similarly, this area would need to push underneath the Log Yard Road and have a lift station in this area. And Kennedy Jenks early on, that was one of the alternatives that was looked at, is whether or not to actually go ahead and design a lift station and an extension at this time. And we did not proceed with that. That was one of the alternatives that was removed during this phase of it. But the pipe is sized to accept the flows, and the pipe is sized to accept future flows from these basins in the Puget Sound Industrial Center.
Great, thank you very much. There's a property that Al Shearer and his family own just north of your line there. That's an old gravel pit that will probably be well suited for industrial development in the future. It's kind of that area just north of your blue service line. And I think it would be,
here.
Yeah, it's in Mason County, and I think it'd be worthwhile talking to him as how that might be developed. And it accepts a lot of stormwater now as well. So it may be beneficial for future use in the UGA, but that would be outside of your planning horizon right now. Thank you.
Next up for questions, we have Travis Couture. Travis, go ahead and ask your question.
Hi, thank you. If we don't if the commissioners don't go ahead with this extension, then how, and I guess I'm asking Loretta, how do we plan on servicing the area around well, I'll call it the bypass in the future? Would we just have to come back to the table and talk about this all over again?
Yes, we will.
I think that the answer to that depends a little bit. So if you had an individual that wanted to develop in an area up to the north and did not have the size of the parcel big enough to handle an on-site septic system, then they would be required to extend the sewer system in order to develop that area. So it is a possibility, very, very similar to what we saw and talked about a little bit to the south of the road tracks with the Olympic View and the Olympic Ridge development. That was actually installed and paid for by the developer that's developing those areas. So
thank you for that. And the last question is, and I believe Loretta, maybe you did say this earlier, but I just wanted to confirm that that point across the Navy rail, that's the only point that it can actually cross because of the other utilities.
It is not the only place, Travis. This is the place that we applied for because of the co-location with the other utilities. And this was a utility corridor, if you will. So this is the location that we applied for the permit to cross. But there is nothing prohibiting, for example, if we decided we needed a crossing over here for some reason, to apply for the permit there. But this made the most sense. Take a look at the slopes here, the ravine. This upper plateau would be the most logical place to make that crossing.
Okay, thank you. And just, one final question, and I appreciate your time. And this one's, I guess, generally for the commissioners. If we don't do some kind of extension now, what is the plan from the commission going forward? And especially considering if we don't, if we go ahead like what I was hearing earlier, that we're not going to raise any of the rates.
I'll take it. If we don't move on this today, what we do is we expect the developer to move on it tomorrow as it becomes opportunistic for them to do so, just like the people have all through this county, like they have in Lakeland Village, like they have at Romance Hill, like they have at Olympic View, like they've had everywhere else. The developer puts in their own infrastructure and utilizes it. So, and as for the not changing of the rates, to do it, if you take on debt, that money's got to come from somewhere. Even if it's not rates, it's got to come from other REIT or some other tax fund, because no free lunch.
Mr. Trask, any comment there?
Well, as far as what steps next, I rely on staff and folks that are professionals in this. And so I would recommend, or I would like to sit down with them and talk about the next steps forward. If we don't do this, then there's a lot of big brains out there. And so being able to tap into their knowledge is something that I value. And I don't think there's any of us in this Zoom room or maybe even in the Mason web that has the answer to all of these questions and the path forward. I get my answers from professionals, from consultants, and from staff. I trust them.
Yeah, I would just say that the planning process would be ongoing, and I think we would continue to figure out the best way to get growth that brings in jobs and housing, and continue to try and figure out what our role in infrastructure is. So I think that's the That's kind of the basics.
Well, Mr. Chair, can I also add that we still want to continue with our planning, because just like they did in Olympic Ridge, the planning and having everything in place helps the developer to be able to do what we already have on our plans and how it's supposed to be built.
I think the one caveat there is if there were to be development in the far northern part of the UGA, closer to the county line, and there is no trunk system, we could see development occur, even industrial type development occur with holding tanks or with large on-site septic, which I don't think helps us meet our environmental goals under growth management. So I think there's definitely a lot to consider that would go into what would happen if we didn't do this extension. Okay, so I don't see any other hands raised for questions.
Mark.
Mark, I'm gonna just, Mark, give me 1 second here. We have been at this for just over 3 hours now. Obviously want to continue and take comment, but if the commission would oblige, I think maybe a 5-minute break might be in order for a trip to the restroom before we move into the comment portion and commissioner deliberation. Mark, do you have a?
At the risk of at the risk of making all three of my bosses mad at the same time, from a financial perspective, I worry when we say that we're never going to, or that we're not going to increase rates. So the rates have been set at $96 since 2012. The costs of operation and maintenance will continue to increase. You will continue to have materials cost more money. So from a purely financial perspective, but understanding the potential impact to customers within this area, I personally worry and am a little bit concerned about what that looks like moving forward. Because ultimately, my concern is if you try and catch ratepayers up all at once, then that significant impact is a true hardship. And I'm not trying to pretend and say that it's not a hardship to see a $5 or $6 increase per ERU. That's significant. But I do worry from a financial perspective about not entertaining a potential increase in rates. So I'll get off my financial box now and let you take a break.
Okay, so commissioners, it is 9:13. If we could try to be back in 5 minutes and resume at 9:18.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Everybody just sit tight. We'll be back in 5. We have now hit 9:18. We'll come back into our public hearing and move into public comment. Again, just a reminder for folks who are still on the call and wanting to make comment, we'll follow the same process that we did as we went through the question and answer portion. Again, just use the reactions tab at the bottom of the screen to raise your hand. I see folks are already starting to queue up. And so again, just as you make your comments, keep in mind the 3-minute ballpark for your length of comments. And we'll go ahead and get started. Looks like we have Brad Carey first up.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. Brad Carey. Thanks for, again, the well-presented meeting. Just to reiterate, I am in favor of having the proposed sewer line extended. There's four good reasons here. Your presentation made it clear, and my past experience 4 or 5 years ago with the county, it was also made clear to me by Commissioner Netherland at the time that we need more connections to make this sewer system go from red to black. And so if people want their rates to stay the same or be reduced, or at least go to 3% annual inflation rate, but not anything more than that, They must get more connections. Mason County is poised for growth. It's already happening. Kel made it clear in her presentation what's going on. You've got the airport, you got Amazon over there. Highway 3 is a perfect spot. You got the bypass coming in. It's ripe for connections. So 1,000 connections at $10,000 a pop is $10 million. That's not including the monthly usage fees. So I'd like my county to be proactive rather than reactive. I think you guys are doing that. I'd like my county to lead rather than follow. I think you guys are doing that. And as far as being transparent, I think it's very, very important that if the commission is going to make a statement, or any one commissioner, that they don't omit critical information that the public needs to see in order to tell the rest of the story. In other words, I've been in business for almost 40 years, and it's very, very important to have all the facts out there so that the public can see, in fact, that this is our county doing what it's supposed to do to comply with the GMA. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Robert Baglio. Robert, go ahead and unmute yourself, make your comment.
Yes, hello again. Actually, what's going on right now, this is called planning, and I'd like to say it's rather refreshing to see a municipality participate in this planning process and plan for the growth of the future of an area. So it's rather refreshing. The sewer plant provides environmental protection. I think we're losing sight of that fact. And for the connections to be made to the sewer plant, it provides additional protection to Hood Canal. The sewer plant itself was a large investment, and it wasn't built to sit idle or not to have connections made to it. So the ability to maximize the use of the sewer plant with the number of connections only makes sense. And I think we need to keep that in mind. Also, I think as commented before, if this sewer main is not extended, there will be property developed with the use of large on-site septic disposal systems, which once again is not environmentally sound. The sewer main will also be piecemealed over time, which will not be very efficient or very effective. And it'll really delay the connections by probably 20 to 30 years up in that northern areas of the proposed urban growth. So it makes perfect sense to go ahead and extend the sewer. Also, as far as the need for it, we do have a housing shortage. We need affordable housing, and this is one way to go ahead and achieve that. And I guess lastly, I would like to say that this sewer main will be paid for. When the property is developed, and it won't be long before it is developed, it will be paid for by the developers through CFCs, connection fees. And so the idea of this being a free lunch for anybody is really a misnomer, and it will be paid for. I am in full favor of the sewer extension, and I applaud the county commissioners for planning for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate that. Next up, I have
Mr. Chair, would you mind asking them to say where they're from?
Sure.
I just looked that up.
Sure. Robert, would you mind just stating for the record where you're from?
Village. I do have a business in Port Orchard, and I've lived in Kitsap and worked in Kitsap and Mason County for the last 25 years, but I do reside in Lakeland Village.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, I have Phil Wolf. Phil, just say your name and where you reside. Make your comment.
Hello, yeah, this is Phil Wolf, and I'm from Allen, and I have 2 properties on the Allen sewer system. I was on the Belfair sewer. Well, I was on the Allen sewer committee when it started. We had a public health a problem in Allen, and the shellfish cannot be harvested. The same was true with Hood Canal. I had a property in Hood Canal, and we cannot harvest shellfish. Now you can, though. so that's where I'm going to the environment. And, to me, the priority would be to extend the sewer down the Old Belfair Highway. Because Old Belfair Highway is next to the Union River. And also maybe to extend the sewer system to the Belfair State Park. I understand about the urban growth area and the point was brought up about the, about the bill that's being proposed, but there are ways around that. So, so that's that. And, but I do understand the need for infrastructure and affordable housing, but I mean, make the developer pay, just like, just like the developer paid, for the for the development that's above Belfair. Right now, this huge investment is going to serve 4 properties, and the property and the forest land property is in forest land and hasn't been paying any taxes. So it's not even to the point where it is going to be developed. So that's my point. And I think that, the REIT funds that are going to the Belfair sewer right now, those are funds for the entire county. Those are county fund. That's for the benefit of the entire county, not necessarily just for the benefit of Belfair. Nothing against Belfair, but, we're paying $115 an hour. That's where our rate has been. And it'll, no doubt it'll go up 4 or 5% next year. So I guess, and then, and then just one more comment about development that, we're going to pay, the intersection there, McDonald's and Highway 3 is going to be a problem. And that is a development problem. And that's why I think that the focus should be on what can the developers do to ensure that their development doesn't impact our county transportation system, whether it's sewers or transportation. And as far as the environment, the most critical areas are next to Hood Canal and next to rivers. So, all right, thanks.
Great, thank you, Phil. Next up, I have Judy Scott.
Hi, Judy Scott, Belfair, live in urban growth of Belfair. And I'd like to encourage the Mason County Board to follow the staff recommendation and not to make any decision tonight, as I think there should be more consideration. I am a Belfair sewer customer, and I believe at this time it would be prudent to delay, or rather not extend the sewer at this time. I think it's a bit premature. There's still opportunities for more urban growth build out at the current sewer trunk lines. So hence no extra debt incurred. And I also appreciate the update of the EIS that you are doing and encouraging, and that's been great. And I even hate to say this, but if I need to pay a little more to not incur more debt, then I'm all for that. And one thing that might help too, take a look at the building department, be a little more helpful, I think, to people. It's okay for engineers and, those who are the standard builders, I guess, just to help navigate the small person to get them through as well. And that's it. Thank you for your time and appreciate having this forum. You are transparent and I appreciate your work. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you for your comments. Next up, I have Lori Waggett.
I'm Lori Waggett and I live in the Belfair, Washington area. My concern is on this new project is that from my understanding, you've set a precedent with the new development going up from McDonald's, where that developer has put in the sewer system, the trunk, and all the connections that are needed up to the railroad tracks. You've set a precedent there, and it's also my understanding that the original owner of that property sold it. The people who are developing it put in the infrastructure, and then they turned right around and sold it for a profit because of the sewer capabilities added value to that property. Well, if you go across and put in for the other 6 businesses and the individual property, it's my understanding that, again, you're adding value to that property. And I truly believe that the developer or the owner of that property should incur the cost and put in their own sewer and infrastructure, because they are going to be reaping the benefits, the profits from selling those properties. So, and then
Unethical.
What?
I said it's unethical.
It's just unethical of what's going on. And the other thing is that if you have another developer, then we have a developer right here in the Clifton Ridge area who also wants to develop. Are you going to put in the sewer infrastructure for that developer as well? Or the developer at the other part of our development? Are you going to put in the infrastructure for that developer? Is this going to continue where you're going to add value to these developers' property and then they gain the profit rather than the county? So
And the customer gets an annual increase.
And that's my position. I don't believe that we need the extension at this particular time. There's too much speculation about whether you're going to fulfill the goal that you're trying to achieve. And I think, again, like others have suggested, we should go down the old Belfair Highway or look for other residences and businesses that are already in the corridor that are still not hooked on to the sewer that could possibly add more ERUs. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Appreciate your comments. Next up, Adam Birnbaum.
Hey everyone, my name's Adam Birnbaum and I live outside of Belfair. Before I begin, I'd like to thank the Mason County employees who've been working on this issue for the last few months, in particular Mark, Loretta, and Kel, who've been very patient with me, even when I've asked very pointed questions, so I appreciate that. My time is limited, so I'll say briefly that I do not think the sewer extension is in any way unethical, nor do I believe that it is a gift of public funds. But this is not what I used to believe, and I want to begin my testimony today by explaining why I changed my mind. To speak plainly, a few months ago, I heard a story that went like this. Commissioner Schuette and possibly also Trask are trying to give away a bunch of money in the form of a sewer extension to David Overton, a developer, in order to curry his favor. And that story has some problems. The first is that there's no evidence that it's true. I read a FOIA for all correspondence that Schuette and Trask have had about the sewer and read through hundreds of emails and texts from the commissioners, and none suggested impropriety. Additionally, the proposal to extend the sewer predates either Schuette or Trask's tenure and has been contemplated in various forums since 2014. But the absence of evidence isn't the evidence of absence. So here's a reframing of this situation that I found compelling. Although the sewer would add value to Overton's property, this is in a roundabout way its intended purpose. The county has identified certain tracts of land that Overton happens to own as places where they hope to attract businesses in Belfair, but they've struggled to attract good development in part because developers usually, not always, want utilities to be put in place before they make an investment. I believe it might be fruitful for the commissioners to try to produce evidence to that effect during their period of testimony. In other words, my impression is that Overton will probably benefit from the extension of the sewer, but that benefit will come from the sale of his land to a business interest the county is trying to attract. In short, in that the sewer is designed to help Overton and Associates, that is a function of Overton owning the land the county wants a developer to buy. This is not to say I'm sold on the sewer. I have many concerns I hope the commissioners and county staff will address tonight, but for time's sake, I'd like to put just one in front of the public now. To be blunt, I do not think the county or commissioners have done an adequate cost-benefit analysis for this project. I do not think they can explain why we should prefer the proposed extension in contrast to a shorter one, for example, just crossing the tracks, or to a longer one, for example, that would get the line closer to Bremerton. I do not think they have analyzed whether the project still makes sense without effluent from Bremerton to the Port of Bremerton. If the county can't tell you the number of ERUs it will capture or the amount of development it will stimulate, will, not might, if we spend $3 million instead of $4, or $4 million instead of $5, that should give you pause. The commissioners or county should have a metric for evaluating the risk of this investment, and that metric should be applicable not just to this project, but to any project it undertakes. I do not believe such a metric exists. This is all the more troubling by the fact that there is an open finding from the state auditor regarding the financial stability of the Belfair sewer. This should merit a higher threshold for adding new debt to the system without assurances of return rather than hope for return. With that said, the absence of due diligence shouldn't be conflated with the absence of ethics. The county administrators are asked to do many tasks at the same time, and we should separate disagreements on policy and process from disagreements about morality. Thank you very much, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thanks, Adam. Next up, Greg Sipnicki.
Hi, first of all, I really want to commend the commissioners and the staff for putting on a really good presentation. I've learned a lot through this whole process, and tonight was no exception. I'm still, I'm not completely sold on the sewer, this particular extension yet. I am a little bit more open-minded about it. I do think that I've heard going up the Belfair Highway, and I've heard going into other areas. One thing that I think is very important, though, is that when we go into other areas that have existing homes with workable septic systems, that whatever grants that the county gets to extend the sewer into these areas, that they only accept grants that allow the county to allow them to keep their existing, septic systems as long as they're workable. Shelton recently extended their sewer system towards the Cloqualin Road, and they basically put right in the, told the community, if you have a workable septic system, you don't have to hook up to the sewer. And so, the other thing is, if the property changes hands because of an inheritance, again, if it has a workable septic system, it should not have to hook up to the sewer. Now, in Shelton, and we probably would do this in Belfair, if you sell the property, if you sell the house, then the new owner has to hook up to the sewer system. That's reasonable. But I think that that's really important going forward, whether the commission goes for this particular extension or whether they extend it another way. I think that to keep this sewer from being the pariah that a lot of people think of it as, because people were forced to hook onto the sewer 10 years ago, I think it's really important going forward that existing homes can keep workable septic systems. So anyway, that's all I have. Oh, I'm from Camilche Shores in the south part of Mason County.
Great. Thank you, Greg. Appreciate your comments. Next up, I have Rob Drexler. Rob, go ahead and make your comments.
All right. Rob Drexler. I live in both Shelton and up in Tahuya area, but I have a business in Belfair and pay the sewer bill every month. So I do have a little bit in this. My background a little bit is I served, like Jack mentioned a while ago, on the Belfair Sewer Advisory Committee for a couple of years while we were going through all of this. And I probably sat more sewer meetings when this was being planned than probably anyone else. I've been in it right from the very beginning. My challenge is that generally development pays for development. The Olympic View up there, they paid their own to run the sewer in. I think that's the right thing to do. If you're going to do this, then let's do the whole thing and run it up the north end. And no, let's run it down the south end too, because there's one heck of a lot of good properties down there that could be developed up on the ridge up there. I guess I stand against the plan as it is right now. We've had some good people. Commissioner Neverland has I am so glad that he put out what he put out here in the last couple of weeks, because unlike before, we've had no community involvement in this. And that's a crying shame. That is a crying shame that there has not been a meeting. There hasn't been anything that has warned anyone in the North End area about what's going on. And that is absolutely unconscionable, in my opinion. So I'm glad to hear that Mark and staff said that it should not make a decision tonight. I think that would be a absolutely wrong thing to do, is to make a decision tonight. There needs to be a lot more input, a lot more, have people talking to you. I talk to people every day. And what I get from everyone I talk to is this is the wrong thing to do right now. It doesn't do well for the businesses and the people of Belfair. And that's what this is all about. So I would like to think that you would hold off on this and have some community get-togethers. I don't want to hear about COVID, honestly. There are ways to do this, and it can be done if you just want to. So I would highly advise to bring the rest of the community in. You've heard a lot of people on here saying yes and no and back and forth, but the fact of the matter is we're learning as we go, and we haven't had the opportunity to learn on this time. That's what happened in the first place, and it just can't be done again. You'll lose it all if you do that. And that's all I've got to say.
Great, thanks, Rob. Next up, I have Brenda Hershey. Brenda, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, commissioners, for holding this meeting. I would ask also that you not make a decision tonight. I wrote, my husband and I wrote to you on 9 January and asked you to present to us a long-term financial plan to respond to the state auditor's concerns. I don't feel that I have seen a long-term plan tonight. I think this is not ready yet to pull the trigger. And what's furthermore, I'm still left really questioning that we have two developers, Olympic Ridge and Olympic View, that have paid for the infrastructure, paid to bring in the sewer line. And we're going to go out and borrow money, especially in light of this additional information we got tonight, that there are capital improvements that are needed for this sewer system. The other thing that that concerns me is that the three of you are saying that you're not going to raise rates. My goodness, that's just, how can you say that? It's going to remain insolvent. So those are my concerns, and I'll close now. But thank you for holding this meeting, and thank you to the staff. My goodness, what fortitude you have. It's almost 10 o'clock.
Great, thank you, Brenda. Next up, I have Steve Rogers. Steve, go ahead.
Are we stuck again?
No, I think Steve maybe meant to unmute himself but turned his camera off. Steve, can you hear us? If you can hear us, go ahead and unmute and make your comment.
There he is.
There we go. Okay.
Go ahead, Steve.
It disappeared off my phone. Basically, I've been really impressed with the whole presentation. I'm a 30-year resident in Mason County, and I'm on a fixed income, and I can't afford a lot of this stuff that's going to cost us $3.5 million. I think there's a lot of people that can address the same thing. We've all said things, we've all talked about things, we've all got good points. We need more input. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Steve. Next up, I have Herb Gerhardt. Herb, go ahead.
Okay, this Herb Gerhardt. I live on North Shore, outside of the UGA, but that doesn't matter because I do live in Belfair. We all have to pay for the sewer. We shop at our grocery stores. We shop at the other markets, stores in town. They have to pay the rates. They got to crank up the price so that we all have to pay it. They're not going to eat it. That's a minor point. I keep hearing in some of the organizations I belong to that our Belfair sewer system has continuous violations from ecology that the county never ever reveals. Those need to be addressed and fixed. Whatever money it takes, let's go fix our problems before we carry on. As far as the loan payments, I hear and read that people complain on the west side of the county saying that we have no right to pay for the Belfair sewer system. Well, living in Belfair, let me tell you, I've been at sewer meetings since day one. I never agreed that Belfair could afford a sewer system, but the county commissioners, the 3 commissioners at the time, and that's none of these sitting here today, said, yes, it is required. You must have it. So they made the decision, not the people in Belfair. So the county has to pay, not the people in Belfair. That's the way I see it. And if you want the people in Belfair to pick up any additional costs like this, like on the additional loan, you got to have a vote of the people in Belfair that agree that they will take on the burden of the taxes. You can't just shove it on them because it's the county commissioners that are making this decision. Let the county commissioners pay for it, not the local people here in Belfair. And the final point is that I don't see any rush. This has got to be the longest meeting I've ever attended. And let me tell you, I'm glad you gave us the break to do the potty break because my dog was dying. Took me a little longer than 5 minutes to get him going. But I don't see a rush. Let's go evaluate this. Let's go sit back, cover the maintenance, give our public works a chance to go really truly tell you what's wrong with our maintenance, what needs to be done to fix it, and what it's going to cost. Let's not jump heads over heel into spending a lot of money that we don't have without addressing the problems at hand. Thank you for having the meeting.
Great. Thanks, Herb. Appreciate your comments. Next up, I have Ken Van Buskirk. Ken, go ahead.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you so much, and thank you to all the staff. I appreciated all the comments and all the commenters' comments. For the record, I support the plan to extend the sewer onto the plateau, regardless if it's the Belfair UGA or the Bremerton UGA or PSIC. In my opinion, that's where development needs to go. It's the most logical and economical. I just read an article this evening from 2017 in the Kitsap Sun that talks about an agreement between the city of Bremerton and the Belfair Commission or the Mason County Commission to support connecting PSIC and the city of Bremerton. And from the impression I got listening to staff tonight that was dissolved, but it wasn't that long ago, and I don't see why we can't continue that conversation. The original scope of the planned action EIS, which the county is still in the process of reviewing and approving, removed a portion of the old Belfair Highway from the urban growth area. And I wonder why that consideration was taken out of the planned action EIS. There was quite a meeting, I think Commissioner Netherland, you'll remember because you were on the board, where all the people from that attended the meeting were asked how many would want to remove their property out of the urban growth area. And you remember how many people responded to that. I'm very concerned that there's open, permitted sewer lagoons in operation not too far from the Mason County line and to the east branch of the Union River. And I think that those could potentially be hooked up to Mason County sewer system. I think it's the right thing to do ecologically and economically. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Ken. Next up, I have Kim Wilson. Kim, go ahead and make your comment.
Hi, thank you again, like everybody else has said, for having this meeting. I do live in the Belfair area, and as many of us know, the old cliche, build it and they will come, doesn't necessarily come to fruition. As we know, with our beautiful roads and sidewalks, thinking that we would have all kinds of businesses come into Belfair, it didn't happen. So building on speculation is a gamble that I don't think that the Belfair people can afford. I don't think Mason County can afford it. They can't afford the system that's already there. Yes, we need connections. So why not go where connections that are there and available, existing dwellings, instead of building on speculations? I'm not for gambling, and I'm not for this gamble. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Kim. Next up, I have Alana Watts. Sorry if I mispronounced your first name.
Hi, yes. On my Zoom, but I is here also. There are 4 taxpayers in the room. I do want to say that we're very, very concerned about the cost, the increased fees to the community as well as to us. We live behind Log Yard Road, behind those railroad tracks that everybody's been talking about tonight. And we have several pieces of property back here. We're in the process of developing one of those right now. So we had to pay that capital facility fee of $11,300. And then we also had to pay to put in a septic. So now we have one more piece that we're going to look at doing that. And if you actually pass this thing, then my understanding from what I heard you say earlier is that this fee could increase to up to $15,000 plus the cost of the septic, because as you guys already well know, the sewer line is not going to make it out to us anytime soon. So we have to give you our money and then wait for it for 10 years. And so you're going to owe us like $24,000, maybe a little more with interest. So tack that onto your debit. But it's very, very obvious from all of the conversations tonight who is going to profit off of this. So we all say that if Overton's, Overton should pay. Did you hear that?
Okay. Yep, we got your comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have David Overton.
Hey, my name's David Overton. I've been in the community. My family have been in the community since the 1920s. We own a tree farm that surrounds Belfair, and I live in the city of Tacoma, but I work and recreate and grew up in the Belfair area. Most of you don't know me. I didn't go to schools in the Belfair area, but I was out in the woods, up on the ridge, working with my family. So a couple of things that I'm really proud of is that years ago when the Belfair sewer plant went in and we kind of sat on our hands for a long time, not much development showed up. And then we talked to the commission and we leaned in and we said, we want to be part of the solution. So we submitted a plat and spent $250,000 going through the process. Took 1.5 years. We had to start dealing with the sewer plan, and we found development partners. And we were part of a team that developed 371 connections and almost doubled the system in Belfair. I am very proud of that because it is part of the solution. And I can tell you that if the county wants to extend sewer lines through our land, as well as benefiting the other Highway 3 frontage properties, as well as designing the site to handle all of the industrial properties to the west of Highway 3, we'll lean in and we will help deliver projects just like the largest projects that Belfair has seen that is solving the problem. Because Jack Johnson's right. Downtown Belfair suffered a lot when the sewer was dug up and put in, and Highway 3 was rebuilt 3 different times. And we are trying to learn lessons and do things in a better way. And I read a lot of testimony over the last day. And there were a lot of people that were saying, you know, when you're in a hole, stop digging. And I think that's right. And I think the county commission stopped digging. But you know what you don't do with a hole? You don't just look at it and say, let's wait till the sides collapse and fall in and that hole fills itself up. Instead, we've got a county commission that said, we're going to put a foundation in that hole. We're going to put that hole to utility, and we're going to build something that gets us out of that hole. And I'm proud to be part of the solution versus saying, hey, we shouldn't do anything. And just like Rob Drexler said, there are a lot of good properties in Belfair. And Judy Scott said that. And there are a lot of property owners in Belfair that are on the call tonight. And there hasn't been a lot going on because development's expensive and it takes big projects to be able to pay big bills. And when we first put our plat in, that's Olympic Ridge as well as the Olympic View Apartments, we didn't assume that the developer was going to pay for the cost, but the developer wanted to move quickly, and that was an added benefit. And really the credit is laid at the county staff's feet. No one commissioner negotiated that. It was the county staff that found a way to work with the development community and create benefit and cost savings for the county. So any commissioner that takes credit for that is not telling you the story because they weren't in the room when that deal happened. So I'm proud to be part of these projects. People can tear my name up, and I think it's a really sad day when people talk about corruption because everything we're doing is out in the public and we're part of the process. So I'm showing up here today, I'm sitting through this, and we'll be here for the next couple of generations because this is a community that we love and we're excited to be a part of it. And I'm very excited for the future that's showing up. So thanks for giving me some time to talk today, and I appreciate this forum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands raised right now on the screen there. I see maybe Ross Gallagher. Is that you trying to get my attention down there? Ross, do you want to make a comment? Ross, you're muted. If you want to, maybe you want to unmute yourself.
Now?
I can hear you. Yep, great.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate all the effort been put in by the staff in their presentations. But I'd like to give a little history to like Herb Gerhardt and a few others. Several people back in 1991 were on what we call the growth management subcommittees, and I was on one. And also people up in Belfair, they decided we got to be part of this. We've got to, you know, future planning would be a community of Belfair, a municipality. So that happened. So the Mason County passed the Growth Management Act, the hearing board. This is our plan. We got urban growth area in Belfair, Allen, and Shelton. So then a gentleman, he's deceased now, that lived on Horsebeam Point, was a retired attorney. He started digging into this and he says, well, growth management, Belfair, UGA, where I don't see a sewer. There's no plan for a sewer. And you have to have a sewer and a UGA. So when I became commissioner, we started in on all this. And the state was holding a hammer on us that we would not get funding because you're not having a sewer and a UGA. So that's how this all really happened. And so another driver, and it's been mentioned in comments, Hood Canal. And keeping Hood Canal clean was a main driver on financing this whole operation. And then the plant up on the hill, Tim and Linda and I decided it's got to be built for full capacity. So that's why it's so big right now. We didn't want to get into phase one. The plant will only handle phase one, then we go into phase two. Well, we got to modify it again. That plant was built for total growth on that. But things have changed, you know, somewhat, but this, I was involved with the, you know, the loans and, you know, the previous loans. And I was in a meeting with the governor that time, Gregoire, and Tim and Linda and I visited Norm Dix in DC, and we talked about this. And then we got in a meeting with the governor, and the governor says, well, you need to talk to Norm Dix. And that's, Norm Dix says, no, we got to talk to the governor. And we met with the Department of Ecology. Tim set some meetings up of all this. But I recently talked to Tim recently, and Tim and I talked about the sewer again. And Tim said, you know, we did an awful lot for the community of Belfair, the homeowner. And down the line, people finally realized what Tim and Linda and I did and really thanked us. But that hasn't happened yet. But this new endeavor, it makes sense. And I thought, after not seeing the total map, talking about going across the railroad tracks, and I was thinking it was more southeast and not up by the, we call it, you know, the trestle. And that makes sense. And the growth, people, you know, like phase two was supposed to happen, but people didn't want it. And then phase three, which is this area we're in now, that's going to happen. And phase four down the southeast corner was going to happen. But all this was supposed to be done by 2025, and it never happened. And you're probably looking at 2035 now. So anyway, keep up the good work and stay tuned.
Great, thank you, Ross. I see Travis Couture, your hand is up. Go ahead and make your comment, Travis.
Yeah, really quickly. I just think that, well, first of all, I don't think we should be demonizing anyone in our community or anyone who's trying to develop around our community. I think that's wholly irresponsible to do. And then second of all, I think that waiting for development to just magically come along is like standing in the road and waiting for a truck to come hit you, and then you have to jump out. You have to hope someone comes along and pushes you out of the way. We have to just get out of the road and build our own way out. We're going on many, many, many years, and we're not getting the additional ERUs. So that development isn't just magically happening. So, you know, I know Mr. Overton has been pretty well demonized by some people here tonight, but I want to thank him for, you know, trying to provide some solutions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other folks for public comment tonight? So raise your hand, or I'll scroll through the videos here and see if anybody else is trying to get my attention. Any other public comment? Okay, one last time, any public comment? Okay, with that, we'll close the public comment period and move on to commissioner discussion. And just before we get into that, just staff, Mark, I guess, or Loretta, just can you maybe frame the decision or the decision to maybe not make a decision tonight, just for a point of reference, since we're now into our 4th hour.
Yes, Commissioner Schutte, this is Mark Neary. Real quickly, can I please share a screen with the folks here, just recognizing the individuals that have submitted comment through email?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sorry.
So we received, and just for well, it's not working right. Do you guys actually see?
Yeah.
The list of people? Oh, great.
No, it's up.
So just for recognition, we received about 177 comments through individuals that emailed us. It'd be tough to go through and read them all. So we've posted their comments online, and we're also providing this list of individuals that we received your comments. We totaled them up. There was 169 people that were against going forward with the sewer, and there are 8 people that were for going forward with the sewer extension. And there was about, I believe, 8 different people that we really couldn't tell if they were for or against. So maybe it was just some conflicting language in the email that they sent us, but all this information is public. So just wanted to thank the public for their participation. And if there aren't any questions associated with that, I can move on to recommendations.
Okay, just real quick, Mark, so that'll be posted as part of the online packet for reference.
Yeah, Mackenzie's going to post this for us.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Commissioner, just a little comment on that. I think you did a great job of how to present that. That was one of the issues, was how to get that kind of information out there. Doing it in that manner, putting it out there is pretty spot on, I think, for what we had to work with, especially at 4 hours. Good job.
Great. Okay, Mark, go ahead.
So just to kind of give you a summary of where we're at, I believe that we have some additional questions that we need to get answered associated with possible funding opportunities, specifically this Public Works Board loan. I believe that we need to go back to the legislature, show them the revised scope, get their approval. We need to work with the Public Works Board to perform an administrative change to properly reflect the commission's intent. And I believe it was their original intent to not fund this through a revenue bond, but to fund this through general obligation debt. And then I think that it'll give us an opportunity to also provide additional information to the commissioners on options that we have and what do those options look like. What are the steps that we can take to move forward? Coming forward with a true. Was that my 3 minutes?
No, sorry.
Hands up, Mark.
Okay, so coming forward with a comprehensive look at what needs to be done. So as we move to the north, because we will eventually move to the north, I think that we need to take a look at what does that look like? What are the code requirements that we want to put in place for this specific area? What are the capital facilities charges that we want to charge to a single family residence versus a multifamily residence? What are the potential, as we're going to this board is actually going to be hearing the alternative 3 of the planned action EIS coming in February. Factoring that information into this analysis to really kind of take a true whole picture look at what are our options and what is the correct decision moving forward. And I'll tell you that you have some amazing staff here that have really a dedication to ensuring that the public is aware of what is going on. And I think that they're going to continue to work forward. So I would recommend that we continue this hearing to a future date. And we set a timeline of maybe 30 days to get some ducks in a row, see if we can get this stuff processed through the legislature. It doesn't require you to move forward with the Public Works Board loan. It just solidifies what we're presenting and it matches the language up to the plan. And then the commissioners can choose whether they want to move forward with that. But at least all of the information will be clear and properly presented in the Public Works Board documents that this county has to document how we'd fund the project. Loretta, or Richard, did you guys want to add any to that? Did I forget anything?
Okay.
I think you've covered all the bases, Mark. Yeah, that's on our hit list. Oh, the other thing that we talked about as well was look at the code and rates and have that as part of the information as well. What code, simple code updates, CFC, options might there be and rates.
Absolutely. I think we've got some cleanup to do there too. So bring that forward.
Okay.
And just a quick thank you to all the community members who commented and participated. My deep thanks as well tonight.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you. Okay. If there's nothing else on that, then let's dive into some commissioner discussion and deliberation and move forward from there. Commissioner Netherland or Trask, who wants to? Go ahead.
I'll go. You know, I appreciate the comment about waiting to see for 30 days until we can get that loan document verbiage in order, but it's a lot larger and bigger than the loan document verbiage. It's the loan itself. It's the idea of putting in investment money into something the developer should be doing themselves. Also, it's about finding ways to, if we are going to do that, to recapture that money, to make sure that we get it and it doesn't go with the land sale. There's so much to this. One of the biggest parts that was mentioned was the cost benefit analysis. Boy, could I ever not agree more on something. This whole process that we've been through, we keep finding information almost daily, new information, which means that we're at a situation where we were trying so hard to push this thing through that we still didn't have the information to make our decisions on. We were getting it daily. We didn't know about this this charge of $87. First time it was mentioned a couple months ago. Then a couple of weeks ago, I look at Mark's email that he sent me and I said, I'm not reading that the same way, Mark. And then he sent me the actual verbiage for the contract. I was like, oh no, it was terrifying when I read that. Now, in my opinion, things should have stopped at that point. Draw back, look, and come back with a comprehensive, holistic analysis of the system. Is this the right move? Are there other opportunities? Are there other moves? I myself, I could actually see a point where we would have some type of investment to help get something underneath the railroad tracks, for example. I'm not saying we should do it, but I'm saying staff should take a look at it, see if that's comprehensive, if it's feasible to do, what kind of benefits would come with that type of investment, and then come back to us with full recommendations based on that. And that's what we base our decisions on. The history of this is quite different. You know, I've been through this thing from the very beginning with the sewers. And so I know a lot of this history that others don't know. And I know the fears that we have, and I have the same fears. And even though we think we're doing the right thing today, there's other commissioners tomorrow and things do change. The thing that I'm asking you to do is to listen to the people that we're talking. They're trying to tell you, almost all of them are saying, don't take on new debt, especially right now. And I hope you'll please consider that. This is not the time to take on new debt. And if we are going to take on any type of debt, we need to make sure we get our cost benefit back. That's what an investment is based on. You know, that comment about can't dig yourself out of a hole. There's always ways around stuff like that to say you're just watching the hole. There is development happening. Finally, it's happening. It's taken us all these years. By us going in debt doesn't give us more benefit. It was mentioned that we need more connections than that. I said that. I did. But at the same time, I also know that I don't put us in debt for 5 million because then I need even more connections. No matter what, we have to be able to take and capture what we have and what's in front of us and do the best that we can. Another person mentioned there is no rush. I agree. There is no rush. Why are we trying to rush it? You know, loans are important, and being able to get it cheap is important, but not as important as making the right decisions. There are people on the other side of the road that have money that they'd like to do public-private partnerships with, and we need to look at those opportunities, not just go down one trail. I want to say, though, I do appreciate that we've had this meeting. I think it was a good meeting. I would have preferred it to be a meeting, working meeting with the public rather than a public hearing, because with that, I was faced with the last few weeks of a decision point. Now, we've changed it the last few days not to be a decision point, maybe, if it's voted that way. But up until then, everything was making a decision now. That's why it was changed to that, so we could. That's what the verbiage said when we changed it to be a public hearing. I hope that anything we bring forward to our community, that we actually take the time before spending $5 million, go back out to them and actually have the conversations with them, invite them in the room, as was mentioned, especially up in the North Mason area. I do want to say that I don't think that the commissioners, are doing anything wrong. I've said it before. I think they're true believers. They believe that this development is good. I just don't see the cost benefit for the investment. If we're going to invest that money, I want to see us get a positive investment out of it, and not in 20 years. But I also want to see us make sure that that money doesn't just get sold to the next development and somebody else capture that money or that investment that we put in while we continue to pay it for 20 years. We had 180 comments and more if you count the ones that were the starred ones that we don't know what they meant. And I also want to remind us, these dollars, I am so glad that it's a possibility that we can change the $87. That is a huge weight off of my shoulders. Let's go and do that, though, no matter what happens here, just to make sure, because even if we try to go for $1 million for going under the railroad tracks, I want to be careful that we have all the verbiage in place. And one last thing I want to remind us of, anything we spend on this today, we can't spend on something else tomorrow. We are limited on all the funds that we have, and you know this, and I know this, and I'm just preaching to the choir on it. But if we spend $5 million here, that's $5 million we can't spend out of REIT for the jail. If we spend $5 million here, that's parks that we can't build, or a water park or a skate park that we can't do. We can chew bubblegum and walk at the same time, yes, but there's only so much money, and you can't spend it twice. So for the commission, I appreciate you spending your time and doing this today. I think this may have been the longest one I've ever been a part of, and that's 10 years. So I can't remember one being near as long. And I thank the staff for all their hard work, and all the people that came forward and testified, and all the people that sent the emails in. Over the years, I think the largest one I've seen is 20-something emails, and they're usually copy and paste. I've hardly seen anything in the way of any type of copy and paste. These were all direct emails, which means that people really were engaged out there, as they should be for something that's $5 million. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Netherland. Commissioner Trask?
Well, first, I want to thank everybody that's participated. Truly enjoyed hearing your comments and your questions, and the participation was amazing. Staff, I couldn't say, we could not do this. I couldn't do my job without you, that's for darn sure. And I appreciate the time, the hours that you guys have put in to bring us all of this information and to make it very transparent, and truly appreciate that. Public hearings, they don't have to end in one night. They can be continued. And that's why I suggested that we have a public hearing, or supported the public hearing. I wanted it transparent, wanted it on the record, and knowing that if I didn't feel comfortable, if there were more questions that needed to be asked, we were able to continue it, or end the hearing and then reopen it. So there's different ways that we could do this also. I think one thing that we also need to remember is if the lines are put in, there could be latecomers fees. There are so many other things that are not being put into the equation. I think that we need to look at those as well. I wrote a statement, and I'm not going to read it because I think that we're all getting a little, I don't know, hate to see what my chair looks like right now, but I do want to say that I've worked with staff for the past few weeks. Actually, it feels like a lot longer, but man, I have learned so much, and I didn't know what I didn't know. And so with this, having this time to spend with staff, and also other people too, where there are other stakeholders, there's PUD, there's Belfair Water, there's Hood Canal Communications, there's so many players, the EDC in this, that we need to bring everybody into the conversation. It's not just about Mason County as the Mason County government. There's more to it. There's possible jobs, there's homes. We all know that we need the homes. There's saving the environment by putting in the sewer system, and Ross, Gallagher, I want to thank you. You've spoken with me, you've spent time answering my questions, so I appreciate your knowledge and your view on the past and the future too. And I feel bad because there was a recession that hit, and unfortunately that set the Belfair sewer back probably years, maybe even decades. So unfortunately that did happen. There are some other things to consider too. And I feel bad, I don't know what personality conflicts there are. And I honestly don't care when things are developed. Let's take the freight corridor, for example. When it was designed, the designers didn't look at who owned the property. They looked at where the best place, where the best position would be for that it's not a bypass anymore, is that the freight corridor? So they looked for those, and that's what our consultants did. They looked for the best place for the lines to go. Topography, man, Loretta, I love that map. It's awesome. So I guess finally, I'd just like to say that increasing the debt, I don't support that. There are other ways. There's a possibility that we could use ARPA funds, the American Rescue Plan Act that was sent down. So there are funds that that won't increase our debt, but still gives us the opportunity to grow and to live up to the requirements that the mandates that we have according to the UGA and GMAs. And I guess one thing that's been brought up in several of the emails, and I am going to read this because I'm just going to read this. As my final statement today, I'd like to say that I was raised to be ethical and to care for the community I live in. I know that I can say that my family's proud of who I am and what I have done for Mason County. I would never selfishly manipulate the system we have in place to benefit myself, and I hope others could say the same. And in that, I'll close my statements.
Thank you, Commissioner Trask. Yeah, so I'll echo some of the sentiments that both Commissioners Netherland and Trask made here. What a great hearing this really was. We still have, looking at the count here, 54 people who are still with us at this late hour. Either they're still with us or they've fallen asleep and forgot to log off. And so it's great to have this kind of participation. And I think we had a really respectful dialogue here tonight, and that's based in large part because of the effort that our staff put into the presentation tonight. They've worked through winter storms and holidays and all of the other things that they have to do in order to do their job day in and day out, in order to put this presentation together and in order to really dive into the details. And so I can't even begin, whether it's Loretta and Richard, or our GIS staff, or Kel and planning, and Dave Wyndham was on here and is still on here. And I saw Alex Pacey from Environmental Health on here, and our clerk of the board, Mackenzie, who is, I'm pretty sure is still out in the office area, keeping track of all this for minutes and making sure that we all have what we need in order to do this meeting tonight. And so I want folks to know that whether you agree with this or disagree with this, you have a county staff that is professional and committed to putting together a quality project and putting together quality information that's useful not only to the commission, but also to the public as well. So just a ton of gratitude there. I also support continuing this hearing for 30 days in order to allow staff to continue to work on this. Public Works Board staff who spent some time with us earlier, and I see Chris Mccord is still on the call here. you know, they're taking time out of their night and away from their families to be a part of this. And they did a really nice job, I think, of working with our staff and saying, if this is still something that the county is interested in doing, here's the process. And so I'm all for giving our staff an opportunity to work that process and bring that back to us and ultimately bring it back to the community as well. And you know, we have a few weeks here where I think they can really do that. We know that that this issue has been one that has been difficult for everyone. Whether you were one of the decision makers who decided on this project when it was first built, the sewer was first built in Belfair, to whether you were a citizen on the sewer advisory committee, or you were a commissioner who inherited the sewer system as it is, you know, as it was and as it is today. This sewer challenges our community in incredible ways. When I ran for office in 2016, I had one goal in mind for our community, and that was to make Mason County a leader regionally and to make it competitive across the state for opportunity. I wanted to see our community realize its full potential, whether it's Belfair or Shelton or Allen or Matlock or Hoodsport or anywhere in between, to bring those opportunities for our community so that people can live here and work here, raise a family here, and to know that their local government was working collaboratively to bring those opportunities here, both with their other public counterparts, but also with the private sector. And I know that the only thing that's probably less exciting to sit through a presentation on than municipal finance is probably sanitary sewer systems. We don't even want to get started on the PUDs. We'll let them deal with their stuff, power stations and water systems. You know, these are issues that are dry, but these are really the foundational responsibilities of local governments, cities and counties. And there's no way that we can avoid having to plan into the future for the Belfair sewer, regardless of what you believe, you know, is the case about why we have it and how big it is and who it should serve and who it shouldn't and all that kind of stuff. You know, we have an obligation to plan. And I believe that over the past 5 years, we have been working on this plan in many different iterations and many different versions. And our staff has changed over time, and new staff comes in and they give it a different look. And that's exactly where we find ourselves tonight. And so we need to be thinking, because growth is happening. I mean, if I don't get an email or a phone call from somebody who's upset about this sewer proposal being speculative and not going to bring growth here, I probably get 3 more from people saying, oh my gosh, make the growth stop. The traffic is too much. It's too much happening in our little community. And being able to balance those things out and understand that we have a responsibility to provide these services where we know that growth is not just likely occurring, but is occurring. And so we know the projects that we have in going through our permitting process. We know the projects that we have coming in, and those proponents meeting with staff on the planning and permitting side and on the utility side. And you know, when we talk about making Belfair and Mason County competitive, I had a chance to chat with the EDC earlier today, and they gave me a breakdown of some of the projects that are looking at Mason County as a prospective place to do their projects. And everything from clean technology to food manufacturing to hotel mixed use development, special use facilities. We have potential jobs countywide of 615 on some of these prospects, and in Belfair, 315 jobs, capital investments north of $350 million. And the common theme for all of these projects as they come looking through the State Department of Commerce and they come looking through the Mason EDC is, what are the utilities available there? What is the zoning? What are these things that, what is the foundation in place for me to put my investment in a community? And in some cases, we're more competitive than others. But I can tell you that we're not going to be able to turn that competitive corner unless we're working together as a team, both internally, but also with our public agency partners and our private sector partners in order to build that foundation. And we can talk about what that looks like, and we can agree and disagree on all of those different elements. But I guess the thing that I want to leave everybody with today is I am bullish on Mason County's prospects, not as speculation, but based on what I'm seeing coming through our permitting department, based on all of those investments that we as a commission have had to make in that county department because we were understaffed to meet the demand. And so, I really appreciate everybody coming together tonight. I appreciate the conversation between the commission. I appreciate how respectful it was and how we were all understanding, that our motivations are only to do what's in the best interest of the county, whether or not we agree on every element of the plan. And I look forward to staff coming back to us, hopefully in 30 days with, if not a solution, certainly an update. And I look forward to staff having an opportunity to share that broadly with the community as well, and keeping you all informed and engaged on this. The future of Mason County is at stake, and I want us all to be a part of that. So I'll conclude my comments there. Commissioners, anything else, or is there a motion along staff's recommendation?
I would make that motion to extend the hearing for 30 days. And also, do you want to put in the motion that we thank everybody that came here, and including Commerce.
Okay, I will second the motion to continue the hearing to Commissioner Trask. If you're amenable to it, I would say March 1st is 30 days out. It's a regular meeting day and would probably avoid special scheduling. Is that amenable?
Yes, I would agree to that.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to continue this hearing until March 1st at 9:15. It's been moved and seconded to do that. Commissioner Netherland, you have comments?
Yes, one quick comment. I love the words that Commissioner Trask said about not entertaining new debt. The problem I have is in the conversation, we're coming back in 30 days to look at the acceptance of the new verbiage for taking on debt. That's where I have my objection on that. So with that, I'll end my comment.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. And we have reached the end of our special meeting agenda, or public hearing agenda. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chair, I move we adjourn.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded, we adjourn. Any discussion? Hopefully not. Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.
Thank you, everyone.